to the August 3rd, 2020 Board of Directors meeting for MSAD 51. Thank you for joining us on another August summer evening. Appreciate everybody's commitment to being here right now. Before we go into roll call, I just want to acknowledge the discussion around in-person meetings and virtual meetings, as I know that has come up multiple times in emails and also came up in our workshop last time in July. After that meeting, I did speak with our board members and our administrators to figure out how we could pull that off for this August 3rd meeting, knowing that this was an unplanned meeting in our original schedule. And although I'm disappointed that we're not meeting in person, I understand that the priority right now is for our district to prepare our staff, our facilities, and our students to return to school this fall. If it takes 15 minutes or 3 days to prepare for our meeting to be in person, I would much rather put that time and energy forward for our students and our staff for September. And again, I'm disappointed that we're not in person, but I'm trying to be as understanding as possible. We can still accomplish public comment in virtual meetings. There's been some confusion on whether or not that is true, and we still hold public comment. It is not a question and answer, but it is still available for people to make public comment. And going forward, we do have a retreat in August, and I'm working on adjusting the time of that so that we can not only meet in person, but also meet outside, so that we're not meeting in the dark. And then lastly, our September 3rd meeting, which is our next regular meeting, will be held in person, while we will also be making accommodations for anyone that would like to make public comment virtually, and any board member that would need to attend virtually based off any sort of medical or health accommodations that we would be providing for them. So I just kind of wanted to let that out of the bag before we go forward, because I know that it's been a conversation, and I look forward to when we can all be together again. So with that, I will go into roll call. When I say your name, please say present or here. Peter Bingham is not present, so I won't go there. Kevin Desmond?
Present.
Margot Harrington?
Present.
Ann Maximovich?
Here.
McGinley is here. Kate Perrin?
Present.
Mike Simmons?
Here.
Jennifer Stewart?
Here.
Mike Williams?
Here.
Elias Leggett-Barr?
Yes, but I don't know. I'm calling in. Hopefully this is coming through.
Yep, we hear you.
Yep, we got you.
Okay.
Thank you, Elias. And then Madison Dalton?
Yes, here.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to mix up the agenda a little bit. I think next time, before I mix it up, I'll try to do it before it's posted so that it flows a little better, so we can all plan for it. Any recognition, although I feel like at this point we should just have a standing recognition for all of our staff to say thank you for all you're doing. It should just be part of our agenda going forward, but we don't have any official recognition. I'm going to move up communications to the beginning of this. There is a note on the agenda that has a standing recognition regarding the 2020 election and how the town of Cumberland has reached out to our district to utilize our high school facilities to provide social distancing in-person voting. And it's not something that we need to discuss tonight, but we will be bringing it to the board in September so that we can vote on it, because it will require a calendar adjustment. And Jeff, I'm not sure, I know you've been in discussions with our Cumberland town manager, if you wanted to expand on any of that.
You know, I think that covered it. Bill Shane had just asked that we consider it. And so for the next regular meeting, that would probably be the time to vote on it.
Okay.
If we do, I was
So
going to say, if the board chooses to go ahead with a recommendation, that would just close the high school for that day. And at that point, we would just do a virtual learning day for the high school on election day, but it would not close the whole campus.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. So next, we will move into our approval of the June 20th minutes. Do I have a motion? Or can I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank
I
you, Mike.
just wanted to,
Oh.
I did want to make a comment because I realized that on the minutes, it actually has Peter Bingham bringing the motion and seconding the motion to adjourn the meeting. I know that that's not like a major error, but just wanted to point that out.
Okay. No,
And
I think that's amendable.
I talked with Fran about that, and she listened to the recording a number of times, and it was Peter that seconded it, and she didn't know what to do about it. So it's been noted.
Thank you both for paying such close attention. Appreciate it. Okay, so we have a motion from Mike Simmons. Do we have a second?
I'll second. Maximovich.
Thank you, Anne. And any further discussion on those minutes? Seeing none. All right, we'll go down the roll call again. Kevin Desmond,
Yes.
Margot Harrington,
Yes.
Anne Maximovich,
Yes.
Tyler McGinley, yes. Kate Perrin,
Yes.
Mike Simmons,
Yes.
Jennifer Stewart,
Yes.
Mike Williams,
Yes.
Elias Leggett Barr,
Yes.
and Madison Dalton.
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. So what we're gonna do next is we are gonna move into Jeff's presentation. After we have Jeff's presentation, I'm gonna open it up for discussion from the board. And then we'll move into public comment. And I just wanna mention that we do have our district leadership team and our new district doctor here as well. So when we do move into that discussion, we do have the ability to expand our discussion to those other leaders here tonight. So I'll pass it over to you, Jeff.
Thank you, Tyler. I'm just going to throw the updated presentation up here first. Does it seem to be coming up yet?
Yep,
Okay.
you're on slide 5, but
Oops, we'll move that up there. So basically, this is the last update, hopefully, before you choose to approve it or not tonight, and just the update on the pandemic plan and all the planning that's been taking place. I'd really like to give special thanks to the district leadership team for all of their work on the pandemic planning this summer. They've put countless hours, weeks, months into the planning. It's all of our directors, administrative principals, assistant principals, really have done an enormous amount of work. I'd also like to thank our nursing team, our health team, our 4 nurses, and our district physician, Dr. Desai, for all of their hard work and hours meeting with the administrators this summer as well. Did an outstanding job, and I'd like to recognize all of those people for all of the work this summer, especially. So this is nothing new. I think one of the only things we've adjusted here is just to talk more specifically tonight about academics and about the curriculum. And no matter what level we're working on, we had 3 months out of the buildings. Obviously, we were in virtual learning, but it's not the same as in-person learning. And curriculum adjustments are going to be needed no matter what level we are returning to school in and what level we're at throughout the school year. I think the 2020-21 school year is going to be a mix of ups and downs depending on where we're at in the school year. I think it's safe to say that, you know, I don't expect us to be at any one level the entire school year. I think that we'll be switching. Hopefully those switches will be far and few between and we won't have to do that frequently. But I think we have to be prepared for that. And no matter what it is, curriculum adjustments will be needed. So the state advisory is an important factor that we're now working with. We had the first state advisory on July 31st, which was Friday. And we'll be receiving updates every 2 weeks from here on out as for the foreseeable future. The state of Maine has basically given all 16 counties in the state a green designator for opening 100% with all students if school districts choose to do that. And that was as of July 31st. We'll have our next update on August 14th, and then another one on August 28th, and those will be the two next updates before the start of the school year on September 8th. So the state, as I mentioned, has designated Cumberland County as green, which means we're free to open as long as we can meet all of the health and safety guidelines that the Center for Disease Control has put out. And at this point, we are not able to completely meet one of them, and that is the 3 to 6 foot distancing if we were to bring in all students. And until that standard is changed, or we are able to work around that standard in our facilities and accommodate that standard, we would not be able to open in green at this time. So if you look at this metric at any point during the next school year, if the state releases an advisory that has red for schools in Cumberland County, which affects our school district, obviously, MSAD 51 is automatically going to revert to red. So at any point. From September 8th through October 16th, if the state advisory remains green, as it is right now, or it adjusts to yellow before September 8th, our school district would be, I'm recommending tonight that our school district start in yellow for either one of those designations. And then after October 16th, which will give us 6 weeks into the school year so that we can reassess whether or not the yellow level is working or not, or if we want to make an adjustment to that level change or continue with what we're doing. Before October 16th, we would communicate that out. We obviously have no idea at this point, 6 weeks after school begins, what that would look like. But if the state continues with the green designator or changes to even yellow, that would give us some parameters by which we would make a decision. So changing from level to level during the school year would involve the governor's advisories, which I expect will continue probably for the next year. The CDC safety guidelines, those guidelines have continuously changed, by the way. The Maine CDC has changed its guidelines for schools. They changed another guideline as recently as Friday, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Student or staff attendance data. I don't have a percentage to talk about. I know that in some states, percentage data is looked at for student and staff attendance, and whether or not a school or a district has to close its facilities and revert to 100% virtual learning. I don't have a percentage for you, but I think that's just something that we have to keep in mind as we're continuing through the school year. And then the final one is any cases of COVID-19, especially if they're occurring in multiple locations in our district, is that something that we would need to work on? And I'll be talking about the protocols that we would be using before this presentation is over. So why yellow? I know a lot of you have seen this, and I'm not going to go through all of these, but some of the red highlights are new or just expanded thinking around this. Safety with reduced numbers of students. We can't go to green. I've had that question asked many times since last Friday. Why can't, if the state is saying green, why can't we just go to green? Again, the 3 to 6 foot minimum CDC guideline is the only guideline right now that would hold us back from that. We can meet all the other health and safety regulations, and my guess is that most districts in Cumberland County, if not all districts in Cumberland County, are in the same spot that we are. I've talked about a gradual transition to ease students back, ease their staff back after an unprecedented period away from the facilities. Resuming in-person education, if we started in red, I don't see how we would not continue in red for the rest of the school year. I do believe that there will be periods of time, as I mentioned earlier, where we could end up in red just because of the nature of the flu season and just the attendance rate anyway, and trying to figure that out. I think if we started the school year at a time during the school year when we are probably most likely to be able to start in anything but red, I do not see us coming out of red for most of the year if we were to start in red. And if that was the case, my concern and maybe my fear is that we could go 18 months without returning to in-school learning by the time the 2021-22 school year rolls around. in September of 2021. That is a scenario that I think most of us would absolutely reject. I reject it. I think it's absolutely not good for students, and I think given the state's green designation at this point, I think we would be in a seriously compromised position to be saying something like that, especially if we're not, if that isn't even a consideration of other districts right around us, which at this point I'm not seeing that that's the case. With the yellow level, individual attention, we have reduced numbers of students in classrooms, about 50%, about less than what we would normally have in a classroom and in a school at any one time. So staff are able to give more attention to our students. I think they're going to need it after 3 months out, really 5 months out if you add the summer in. That's a lot of time, even though they were in virtual learning in the spring. It's a lot of time out of the facilities and out of that in-person learning. Student mental health. People have made the argument that mental health goes both ways, that returning to a facility with a lot of people in it can cause other mental health issues, and I don't discount that. However, I think at this point, it will be 5 months before students return. Mental health considerations have got to be part of the equation, and returning to some sort of a normal routine, even if it's just a couple of days a week inside the buildings, and returning to friends and teachers. More learning and play space in yellow. So if we were in green, we would really not have the opportunity to utilize the campus. Outdoor learning is something that, especially during the fall months, can be utilized. We have a beautiful season here in Maine. We should take advantage of it as much as possible. There is some work right now that's being done to secure picnic tables, put some social distancing marks on our campus, add tents, awnings, etc. My only caveat is that we also have PE classes that will be outside. They won't be inside the gym in order to keep that social distancing outside. And we do have a small campus for the number of students we have, but I think we can do as much as we can to make outdoor learning, a piece that we would really want students and our staff to participate in as much as possible. Looking at assessment, again, after 3 months not being inside a facility and being with teachers in person, I think assessment in person is going to be very important. That's just still not something that can be done virtually as well as it can be done in person. And then finally, just starting the school year off in good routines. Teachers know that routines and connections, making those connections, is really critical to establishing a good school year. And without those connections and routines in person, to do that virtually, especially for students who have never been to school, like our pre-K or kindergarten, we have a lot of new students that come into our district each and every year, transfer in. I think it's very difficult to establish those routines virtually. So safety in yellow. These are things that I've gone through before. I'm not going to go through all of them, but the red I'll highlight a little bit more. Additional nursing through our COVID state funds. We're hoping to, not hoping, but we still have to apply for the money by the end of the month. This is certainly a usable amount of money for this kind of feature, is to add nursing staff to the district. We're hoping to add 1 nurse to the Mabel Wilson School for next year, and then 0.4 FTEs of a nurse to the middle school for 8. And we have a part-time person right now at the middle school for 8, and for 1 year only, I'd like to increase that person's time to full-time as another way to help with the safety. The last one on the list, which is good as well, which is new from the last time I presented, we are looking at the possible technology that a lot of districts are looking at right now, including towns as well. The town of Cumberland is seriously exploring this for their facilities, which is putting a tool into the HVAC system, which is a disinfectant, supposed to be able to kill 99.99% of all germs that could come from COVID, and it's a UV technology that we're looking into. So those are items that we're considering for the COVID money. I just want to let the board know that we'll have a process. The application has to go into the state by August 31st. We'll have a finance committee meeting to run these items by any items that would be spent out of COVID money, and then it would need to be approved by the full board. It is 1.4 million that's been released to our district right now. And the governor signaled there might be more coming. So we have ideas about how to spend that money. Academics. It's just a different way of looking at it. Hopefully it's an easier way to look at it. I know some people are good, wanting to look at tables. Some people don't like tables, but tried to put this in a way that will explain what a student's week might look like depending on what cohort they're in. For most students who are accessing the yellow level, they will be accessing 2 days of on-site learning. And on-site learning will either be in cohort A or cohort B. A would be Monday and Tuesday, B would be Thursday, Friday, and Wednesdays would be a staff planning day and virtual learning at home for all students. The last time I presented, the day was Friday for that, staff planning and virtual learning for all. We had to move to Wednesday because the City of Portland Public Schools moved to Wednesday because of their schedule issues that they had to work through. When they did that, several districts ended up flipping. We couldn't make our high school schedule work, especially for all the students who access the Portland Arts and Technology High School in Portland. We also have students that attend the Westbrook Regional Vocational Center. Westbrook is also flipping to Wednesdays for their flex day, and that was something that even though the county made the decision to go to Fridays several weeks ago, things came up, and these are issues out of my control. And in order for us to preserve the integrity of especially our high school schedule, we needed to go ahead and align ourselves with the Portland schools at least. So that's why Wednesday is now that staff planning day and virtual learning day for all students at home on Wednesdays. So for on-site learning, curriculum adjustments, one of the things that we are asking for is extra days for staff at the beginning of the year instead of starting school on September 1st, starting on September 8th. If you approve this plan tonight, that would be part of that. We need to spend time on curriculum adjustments, and really the adjustments we're talking about are focusing on the most essential standards at a grade level and a content area that need to be, those standards that need to be met and taught for students during the next school year. We know that students will have gaps in their skill levels. We also know that this school year is going to be up and down, and we need to make sure that we're teaching students the most essential skills. And if we can go beyond that, that's great, but we need to have a baseline. So that will be a huge focus for the on-site learning. Essential standards is what we call that, and that will be our focus. And then outdoor learning options, as we mentioned, we're going to try to push that as much as possible for students and staff to get outdoors and learn. We know that fresh air is great, and it can be a real valuable thing, especially in Maine in the first few months of school. When students are not on site, they're remote learning at home. And again, we've flipped the cohort. So if students are on site on Monday, Tuesday in cohort A, they're now remote learning on Thursday, Friday, and the same thing vice versa for cohort B. Again, some of this is very tentative. This is August 3rd, and we're just now trying to land some of this. We've been trying for a while, but we still have a little bit of work to do. I am hoping that for pre-K through 5, we will be assigning students a staff member, not their teacher, not their classroom teacher who will be busy teaching on site 4 days a week. But when they are in remote learning at home, that there will be a staff member that can check in with them. That staff member's check-ins we have not been able to solidify yet because we are still having to look at how much staffing we have for the remote school, how much staffing we have for about 50% of our kids in the buildings when they're there. But we will have staff that will be working with students remotely when they're not in the school building at the elementary level. At the secondary level, 6 through 12, we are making a commitment as much as possible to try to make this work. I can't promise right now, but we have had several meetings to try to get this going. Not going, but to make sure that this is landed basically soon. Once we had confirmation that we were getting state funds, we were able to move ahead with the idea of live streaming. I'd like to be able to live stream for the entire district, but right now we're focusing based on the amount of money it would cost to do this at just the high school and middle school. I'm hoping that we can at least get those two schools done, if not before school begins, very shortly after school begins, and move on that. So we're hoping that we can get students when they're not in school to be able to live stream in and follow their courses, their classes from home. Cohort C is need-based services, and these could be students that come 3 days a week or 4 days a week, not necessarily 4 days a week, but it could be 3. These are students that require more intensive services and whose skill gaps might be larger than other students. These are students that might be on an IEP and require a lot of time for special services and specially designed instruction, such as our functional life skills program. Students that have behavioral support plans might be in this group. Alternative education might be another area that we're looking at for needs-based services. So this is being done district-wide, but also at each school, identifying students who might be eligible for cohort C. And then cohort D are those students and families who choose to be part of a remote school, and I'll be talking more about remote school in just a moment, but this is a choice that we're offering. We have about 115 students right now that have signed up, and about 50% elementary and 50% secondary. I looked at the numbers today. It's a little bit more, I believe, at the elementary level than at the secondary level. So a day in the life of a student, and this is a non-academic day in the life. You know, a student would have a health screening if they're coming on site for school. They have a health screening at home, and we will be providing all that information on health screenings and very quick. But we really need our families to participate in that. We need our staff to participate in that to keep everyone healthy as they're coming to school. So again, there'll be a lot more information coming out about that. Our health team has been working on that. Students would either be dropped off by a parent, or if they're at the high school level, they would either drive or they would ride the bus socially distanced. We'd have no more than 24 students on a school bus, and students and our drivers would be required to wear face masks or face coverings while they're on the bus. We would have, at each school, we would have staggered and socially distanced arrivals. It's a fancy way of saying that we'd make sure all the kids aren't coming through the same hallway at the same exact moment. Often when you go to our schools, you'll see lots and lots of students and staff in our hallways coming into school as they're coming into the classrooms. We would not be doing that this year. We're making sure that we have students that are traveling in their cohorts and are not socially with other students outside their cohorts and their staff members that are with them. And so also students would not be going straight to the playground as we've done in the past. With some of our younger grades, they'd be going right to their classrooms. Classroom desks and tables would be 6 feet apart. We can do that with roughly half the students in a classroom. We're able to socially distance with 6 feet. Face coverings are required by the state to be worn if schools are going to open, except for snack, lunch, and there also will be face covering breaks throughout the day. And those are breaks where students and staff can take off their face masks as long as they are socially distanced at 6 feet. We'll have protocols for doing that. And we've also talked about whether or not those are discretionary. Most of them I think will be discretionary, but there also might be some built-in structured breaks for everyone, just to make sure that we're not missing those breaks as needed. Lunch in classrooms, for the most part, in some cases we might be doing some 6 feet of distancing. We would only have a portion of our students in the cafeteria at a given time if we're going to use the cafeterias, which we are definitely looking at doing. And it would be on a rotated basis, so students might only be in the cafeteria once a week. They'll only be with us 2 days a week on site, but once a week they might be in the cafeteria, for example, or it might even be every 2 weeks. And we'll have to socially distance so they're not sitting, right next to each other like they would on a typical schedule. We'll be marking common areas in our schools For example, to use the restroom, there will be parameters for how many students we're allowing in the restroom, and when they're not able to go in there for waiting for a restroom, and there'll also be protocols for what times different cohorts can use it. Obviously, students need to use the restroom if it's urgent, but we'll also have some built-in breaks, and principals and assistant principals are working on those schedules. Younger grades will have recess, but there'll be reduced numbers. Yellow allows that for us to be able to manage that better. Important things about recess. Again, not all settled, but we're still talking about these things. For the most part, students will need to be, for the younger grades, I'm really talking about the elementary grade students, when they're out at recess, will need to be playing in their cohort. They should not be mingling with other cohorts. Once we start doing that, we start the process of possibly cross-contamination. If there was a COVID case, we need to be able to trace it. The other piece that we haven't landed yet is the play structures that are on our playgrounds. You know, we have some kind of conflicting information right now. We need to work through whether or not it's okay to use play structures. I think that's something that we'll be talking about, especially over the next couple of weeks with our health team more. Dr. Desai, our physician, is here with us tonight, and that's a question that he might want to address as well, but along with a lot of other things. But that's something that I don't think we've completely landed. Outdoor learning, as I've mentioned before, we're trying to encourage and support that with not only just saying go outside, but infrastructure to help with that. Social distancing markings, picnic tables, awnings, tents. We appreciate Foundation 51, and I'm sure we'll be partnering with the PTO around that as well, but we've already gotten some good movement on that. And then when students are dismissing, same thing. We're not just dismissing. If you've been in our schools when dismissal happens, hundreds and hundreds of kids sometimes are in the hallway. That certainly will not be what it looks like this year. We'll be dismissing out of different doors on different staggered schedules within a few minutes of each other, and students will be socially distanced. We'll be dismissing by cohort. So I'd like to give a shout out to Allison Flewitt, Sarah Gray, and Corey Muncie for helping. Allison and Sarah put this together, and Corey helped kind of coordinate this. This is something that we're encouraging all of our families to look at. We'll be putting out information tomorrow. A huge informational packet to parents will go out from me tomorrow, and in there will be this this kind of activity that we're calling #MasksOnGreeley. And it's just a way to get students a little more comfortable wearing a mask if they're not already doing so. And it's a way to kind of build this into your routine over the next few weeks before school begins. So we're encouraging our families to either use this or a variation of their own, and encourage students to become more familiar with wearing a mask and what that means. The general school schedule for the 2020-21 school year will remain a different schedule for the entire year. We're not going to be changing these times, I don't expect, at all during the year. This is a slightly different schedule from the schedule that we've used in the past. The reason it's different is because we're allowing for more dedicated time for bus and parent drop-offs so that they're not commingling. We're going to need more space on campus in order to allow for parent drop-offs. That's dedicated time. We're really asking parents to observe these dedicated times and to try to drop their children off during the times that we're asking them. Don't worry about memorizing the schedule. It will be in tomorrow's informational packet. It will be coming out from the schools as well. We'll be putting this all over the place. Same thing at the end of the day for pickup. We have dedicated pickup time for parents. We have a lot of parents, and we appreciate it, who have indicated that they are willing to either drop off or pick up their child or arrange to have it done, or both. And we do appreciate it. I think it will be a huge help in keeping our school buses socially distanced and helping with our bus routes. So again, we really appreciate our parents on this and trying to help us out. Remote school option. We did send out more information on the remote school option. As I mentioned, the live stream option is really something that we're seriously looking at. And now that we have the COVID funds, we can really start to move ahead with this. But for grades K through 5, we have about 65 students as of today. that are registered for the remote school option. Students would be assigned to a learning coach, which is a staff member who's dedicated to doing this. And again, the staffing that we have for these things are predicated on the idea that we're in the yellow level, and that we have students at this point we have half the students in our buildings. At any point, if we are moving from the yellow level to a different level, we are still committed to providing a learning coach for students and not changing that. So I just want to put that word out there. In some cases, we are going to be looking for hiring some staff through COVID money. We haven't landed that yet, but we know that we're going to probably need additional resources, and we'll also be looking at folks who are staff members who are not able to work on site and have either requested or would like an accommodation to teach remotely. And when I say teach remotely, I mean really check-ins, answering questions. We're not foreseeing that this is a synchronous model where our teachers or staff are providing direct instruction, but they're helping with an online curriculum at the elementary level and being available through office hours. They'll be conducting assessments to make sure students are keeping up with progress and doing regular check-ins. We'll be providing curriculum, laptop, tech devices, and the support from the school at the elementary level. Again, I would love to be able to do live streaming throughout the district. If there is additional COVID money that the governor releases, then I would like to, that's one of my top priorities, is to make sure that we're looking at live streaming for elementary and continue the process. At this point, we're trying to commit, again, we'll have more information within the next couple of weeks, to live streaming for grades 6 through 12, which means that students in those grades can log in from the remote school, as well as when they are not in school on the other 2 days that they're not in school, they would be able to access their classes through live stream. So we're asking students to commit to this, to attend all of their courses. They'll have to show evidence of progress through their grades in their courses, which would be in line with the other students in these classes. The curriculum would follow the high school, and it should say GMS and GHS courses. And at the high school, we have BYOLD, bring your own learning device. For students that need a device, we do provide them, and for 6 to 8, we do provide all devices. And right now, as of today, we have 47 students that are signed up for this option. Again, I think some of these numbers will fluctuate a little bit with additional information on live streaming that's available. I expect those numbers to change in the next couple of weeks as well, as we're processing through all this. So I know this might be a little flashy for you, but I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. Hopefully it is. If there's another way to do it simply, we'll look at it. But basically, I've been asked several times, what is the process? And Dr. Desai is here tonight to also expand on this. If we have a confirmed COVID case or cases in our schools, what is our protocol for handling that? First thing we do, if there's a confirmed case or even a suspected case, is communication with the nurse, school nurse, the administration in the school, and our school physician. That's our first stop, first communication, and making sure that we're checking in. Our school physician and our school nurses together, I assume mostly Dr. Desai would be doing this, but we checking with the CDC to see what we need to be doing and getting some consult. Our administration will be doing the same thing and trying to determine what the next step would be. And every situation is going to be different. That might come up. So the third step is using that information, determining the status. Are we, in number 4 and 5, what are our options? Are we isolating a cohort? And when I say cohort, it depends. So at the elementary level, for example, a teacher has roughly half of their students in cohort A for 2 days and the other half in cohort B. So they might have, anywhere from 16 to 22 students altogether between both A and B. When we say that we would close a cohort if there was a confirmed case and that was the course of action we thought was appropriate, then we would be closing A and B for that same teacher. And because the teacher is the common denominator between the cohorts. Again, we'll look at all conditions and other staff members that students might be coming in contact with to make sure that we've followed the course that the CDC and our health team are saying is appropriate to do. Same thing as if we have multiple cases in a school and we, the CDC is recommending, along with our health team, that we close the school. It may not be that we're closing the district, but we may at some point have to close a building. And again, this might be a short time closure, or it could be up to 14 days, which is the quarantine level. It might be the CDC is recommending only 2 to 5 days. And those are the guidelines right now that the state has been publishing. So communication and next steps. This is, I think, around communication, I just want to say something before I go through these. This is an emergency plan. And with an emergency plan, and with something as unprecedented as a pandemic plan, we had no way of knowing exactly what we were getting into when we started developing this plan. When we first went out in March, I thought we were out for 2 weeks. I was convinced of it. Then it looked like we were going to be out for a month, and then it looked like we were going to be out for 2 months. And then finally, I think in May, we resigned ourselves to the fact that we're out until the end of the school year. I think at the end of the school year, I was thinking to myself, along with a lot of other people, we'd be back in, no problem at all, starting 100% in August, late August, like we typically have done, or early September. And obviously that didn't happen. Here we are. And that's been the basis for a lot of the communication. We didn't know, and we haven't known. Things have changed rapidly. The state guidance, the national guidance, the governor's office, the CDC, the main CDC has constantly been changing its guidelines. On the national level, Dr. Fauci has said several times this, that, or the other, and things have changed just because a pandemic is not predictable. And so has been the fact in MSAD 51. I know there's been comments that we haven't involved enough people from the beginning. I think if you look at our record in our district, we're very much a district that involves our stakeholders in a lot of ways through the strategic plan. I mean, we have literally, on any given year, over 100 people participating in our committees. We have students, staff members, parents, you name it, more than that. We have people participating in all kinds of areas. This is not the same. This is an emergency plan. This is an emergency. Never in American history ever have public schools ever closed for 3 months. Never. Not during the Civil War, not during World War II, not during anything. This is the first time in US history. And who knows what this school year looks like. In an emergency plan, we don't know exactly what we're dealing with. And so this plan is almost like being in some sort of an urgent situation where you've got to make decisions quickly and hopefully get the information out. That's what we've been doing. So in order to continue to be, or for some people who feel like we haven't been transparent enough, we've given updates when we can. We've given updates when we have the information. And from here, if this plan is approved tonight, we'll have opportunities now to be giving you information on a schedule. So tomorrow, I'm hoping to send out an update that will include a ton of information for parents and staff to be able to review, links to documents, and information about the yellow plan. A lot of this has already been stated several times in these board meetings or have gone out through emails, but it will all be in one place. We're hoping to have a question and answer document. At this point, we probably won't have it available tomorrow, but we'll have it available by Thursday of this week. There's still parts of that question and answer document that we need to continue working on to make sure that it's a document that makes sense for our families and our staff to review. But we'll have a ton of information tomorrow, and then we'll send that Q&A out by Thursday of this week. We have 2 parent forums. These forums are not to talk about, transparency or schedules for communication. They're talk about questions that we can answer to start the year off smoothly. So they're questions that we'd like to answer about the district's plan. The schools will also be sending out more specific information about each school and how the schools will be working, including cohort assignments for students in the yellow level. Those cohort assignments will be sent out the week of August 10th. In some cases, we might be able to send them out earlier than the end of the week of August 10th. We're hoping to get that out as fast as we can so families can plan. We're asking families and staff to participate with us on the hashtag masks on Greeley activities, starting the week of October 10th and continuing for 3 weeks. The month of August, we'll be working on a staff pandemic handbook, which has a lot of detailed information for our staff. This will be a collaborative effort with the association. September 8th, school would begin for students in grades K through 12. And on September 14th, school will begin for students who are in pre-K. We're also planning, we don't have dates yet for this, but during the first 6 weeks of school, we'll be offering at least 2 stakeholder listening sessions, excuse me, for stakeholders with interested board members and myself, members of our leadership team, to get feedback on how the yellow level, if it's approved tonight, is working, not working, and gather information about how to continue the rest of the school year. And then prior to October 16th, we would be reassessing, taking that information in from the listening sessions, looking at the conditions we're in, and making a decision about whether or not the yellow level status should continue after October 16th, or if we should be looking at a different level for the next phase of the school year. I think it's safe to say I don't think we can predict what's going to happen, for months on end. I think this year is one of those years we're looking, at weeks on end, if that. So this is going to be an up and down kind of school year. I think we're all prepared for that. We're trying to provide as much stability and normalcy and predictability as possible with this plan. And I think this goes to meeting some of that. So Tyler, I'll turn it back over to you. And I know that at this point, there's probably questions or whatnot.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate the review of that information and the updates that have happened since the past few weeks. As we all are learning, everything changes so quickly, and appreciate being on top of this best way we can. So I'm just going to keep it strictly alphabetical, because that seems to be something that people can expect for board members to ask questions. Again, they don't have to be directed just at Jeff. They can be spread across all the other leaders that have been working on this over the past months at a time. So Peter Bingham, have you joined us yet? I don't believe you have. Kevin, you would be next on the alphabetical list.
It's always hard to be at the beginning of the alphabet, Tyler, but I will endeavor to move forward. Jeff, I'd like to thank you for your efforts on this, and certainly that of every person who's been involved from every committee that's been on campus, walking around the buildings and trying to understand what it looks like to come back. I guess I'm going to go to a question though. Could you talk about things like that Wednesday session where it would be staff on hand? What's going to happen during it? What would be a typical planning type of day on that, or what rigor is within that? And you may need to phone a friend on different buildings, but I think it's something I'd like to know.
So I think I'll talk generally, and then I'd like to open it up to any members of the leadership team that like to also speak to it. But we have been talking about team meetings, making sure that we're coordinating, and these will be virtual team meetings. On Wednesdays, we really want everyone out of the buildings. It would be an opportunity for us to do some further cleaning on Wednesdays between cohorts. I think that was something that was mentioned when we had been talking about Fridays. This is now an opportunity for us to do that, is to have a midweek cleaning. I also would like our staff to be able to take a rest from having to wear face masks. And so having to have our staff be at home planning is very important. So on these Wednesdays, students would still be continuing with virtual learning so that it's a 5-day process, and they'd be set up to do that by their teachers. But staff would be involved with some team planning, curriculum planning. They also would be involved with school staff meetings. Those would be good days for that, and personal planning as well. Also, we have some trainings and some professional development that we would be offering on Wednesdays. But we also need our staff to have the time, especially our teachers, to be planning for our cohorts of kids during those days. It's a very different way of teaching and learning, and our teachers need that day to be able to work that through. So go ahead.
No, I think that you're right. Well, not that you need, again, my validation on it, but because of that different piece of being able to teach both in the classroom and then providing something largely experiential for the students when they're at home. I think it's a great place where they collaborate and continue to upskill each other. I do think that it's fairly fortuitous that Wednesday became the day that this was going to happen, because it does provide a nice pause between each one of the groups. Jeff, I was probably as surprised as anybody else on this call today on Friday when green came down. And while it may be my favorite color, it was surprising to come from the DOE. And it wasn't possible for us to be able to go with green, though it was certainly something that excited me a little bit. But that distance piece didn't make it possible. But I look at this yellow, at the approach to yellow as being somewhat of a soft opening, because people have been away from school. And I think that you summed it up correctly mere moments ago when you talked about routines and getting back into that habit of coming into the school on a prescribed day and doing some of those things that nobody had to deal with before, like put on a mask and then be part of a blended learning approach. One of the things that I think is very important, and we can't go into much depth on this today, but it is that investment of those COVID dollars, because the ability to provide live streaming changes the game for a lot of families, changes the games for a lot of students, so that they can become very interactive and grasp things in real time. We've got to figure out the very best way. And I know that every IT company is going to be busy, but I'm excited that you're talking about that today.
Yeah, my goal is, even beyond the 2020-21 year, I think we should have live streaming capability in all of our schools at all levels. I think it's helpful for kids that are out for a period of time, for a medical reason, for an illness. Yep. There are students that miss and might be able to access at least some of their day through live streaming and keep up. This could be a game changer for more than just the pandemic. I think it's well worth the investment. And I think the fact that the state came through on this money, the COVID money, especially from the federal dollars that we received, is huge. And I'm very excited about it.
Just one last thing before Tyler silences me for the rest of the evening. I brought this up a few weeks ago, though, talking about our ability to help the parents who are going to have the kids at home, or certainly the ones on those 3 days that they're not in the classroom, if this passes tonight. There has to be some different things that we can contemplate as a district that will help folks to get better prepared, more comfortable with those things about the ideal learning environments within the home. I know that you read every email that I did. That was on the mind of a number of parents, where it's a difficult thing to be a parent and to be an educator and to have domestic bliss. And I think that there's some places with the experts that we have on staff and in administration that we can do a solid job of that. And I'd really like to see plans developed for that.
Yeah, and I do think that I'm more convinced today than I have been in even recent weeks that live streaming, now that we have the money. I think when you don't have money, you don't have the money for live streaming, you try not to think about it as much. But now that we know that we've got that money, all we have to do is apply for it, and it's certainly a use under COVID funds. That helps us. That helps our students, get and stay in that routine 5 days a week, or at least 4 days a week in this case for live streaming. And yeah, and that routine is very important. It's like going to class. It's just virtual. It's not the same as being in person, but it certainly continues the education in a way better way. And I think for people that are choosing the fully remote option, it also will be important for those students to be able to access through live streaming, especially at the secondary level right now. So I'd like to be able to do it pre-K through 12. At this point, I am hoping that we get this by the first week of school or the second week of school in place for our secondary students, 6 through 12.
Wonderful. Thank you. I yield, Tyler. Thanks.
I'm realizing that my alphabetical list is not correct and that Madison, you were actually next. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to ask some questions.
Well, I'd prefer an adult go first, so that was good for me. But I just have like a couple smaller questions just based on students and how they're going to, get from class to class or teachers from class to class and like learning situations. So one of them was just kind of on like keeping as many students off campus or separated as possible. Will things like study halls be on campus, and will we use larger spaces like the GCA, band rooms, chorus rooms, stages, and gyms and other larger unused spaces for like larger classes so that they can be in person? Or because I don't know if that was already a plan and I just missed it, but I was just curious about that.
So I am going to yield to Mr. Hoffman or Mr. Bilcock or members of the leadership team on a question like that.
Sure. Thank you, Madison. It's a good question. At the high school level, we do anticipate using certain spaces for, if we're operating in the yellow zone here, we've designated each of our classroom spaces as well as other building spaces with a maximum capacity based on the requirements for distancing that we allowed. And so if within a particular cohort, group A or B, there is a section of students larger than a traditional classroom can handle, we have a couple of options, though those aren't necessarily the rooms that you mentioned. I think our intent is for the band room and the music room to still be used for the classes that would be taking place in those. But we do have some other spaces, for example, the wonderful Geiger room that this group usually meets in as an option. That's a nice larger space for a larger class. To your question about study halls, we're still finalizing a plan for that. Obviously, we're aware that for many younger students, in particular 9th and 10th graders at the high school level, we will need a place for those students to study, and still anticipate using our classroom spaces for smaller study halls, as well as potentially some of those larger spaces for larger groups. But again, our focus is on allowing for distancing. We are considering an expanded sort of privilege system for students. Again, I think it is our intent to try to minimize contact. And so obviously seniors have traditionally had the option to leave during their study hall time, and we are considering expanding that to junior students as well. Madison, were there any pieces of your question that I did not answer yet?
No, you got all of it. I just have like more questions. I have just smaller questions like for student body questions, I guess. Then how much downtime would there be? Say we had to transition from yellow to red, like there were too many cases or something. How much downtime would there be in between those days for students and teachers to transition?
So generally, Madison, you mean? So I think it really depends, and Dr. Desai might want to speak a little bit more about if we have cases of COVID, but generally the guidance that we've received is that if it's a single case, for example, and the CDC is saying that we should close the classroom depending on the circumstances, or close a cohort, close, a team or whatnot, a portion of the school, that it's anywhere from, they recommend anywhere from 2 to 14 days, depending on what the circumstances are. So that means that it doesn't mean that there's no school going on. It just means that we're reverting for those students and those staff members to RET, for virtual learning, just during that period of time. But Dr. Desai, I'd like to see if you wouldn't mind maybe giving us a little more insight on that one.
Sure. I was going to actually hit that a little bit later when I have center stage here. There's no hard and fast rule. If somebody goes home and is suspected of having COVID, the school does not shut down. Basically, the recommendation is going to be see your pediatrician, talk to your pediatrician. The symptoms that potentially are COVID, the list is about 1.25 miles long, including sniffles, which of course makes no sense whatsoever. So there are going to be a lot of false starts. They're going to be in the first few months of school. A lot of kids will go home who turn out to not be COVID patients. Mm-hmm. And I think most pediatricians are going to say, I want you to see how you do the next 24 to 48 hours. Let me know how things are going. If you get worse, we're going to do a COVID test. If we have a positive confirmed test in a student, teacher, or faculty, we do not close down. The first call is made to Emily Poulin, who is the our representative that the CDC has made the point person for the Maine Educational Department. She is in constant contact with CDC and updating all of the regulations. She can give advice and then pass us up to CBC if we need to. So that's for a positive case. We do not evacuate the building in the first hour. We wait for CDC direction in that case. And Jeff's right. The recommendation generally has been 2 to 5 days out, clean the school, everybody back in. But as I was going to tell you later, I'm sort of jumping the gun. In Europe, students who've gone out with positive have almost never infected any of their classmates.
Okay.
So we'll talk more about that later. So the answer is we consult with Department of Education, who's been assigned the task of being the triage screener, and they are in constant contact with the CDC, who will talk to us as need be. But the school will not be vacated in that circumstance. If we have 10 cases in all the schools, different animal, and CDC will tell us what to do.
All right. And then with that, with like the extra COVID funding, will it be possible to provide families who possibly couldn't afford it with materials such as, you know, thermometers or, you know, anything that would be needed to do kind of the at-home morning testing? Will it be possible that that part of that funding will go to those families to help, you know, we supply certain things? Or I don't know how much has been discussed.
Yeah, I love the idea. And that's actually something that the health team can take up as an idea. I don't remember if that's been discussed. I believe it has been discussed, but we certainly can use the money for things like that to help our families, because we're asking them to do an at-home health screening. And in order to do that, we've got to make sure that our families have the right equipment to do that. So yes, that is definitely something that we can use that money for in providing that. And our nurses have been ordering all summer, different equipment and needs, what we call personal protective equipment, PPE, for students and staff, but also all of those things that would help with health screenings. So yes, absolutely.
Right.
And
then,
sorry, go ahead. Yep.
Oh, I was just saying that was all I had.
I was just going to jump in and say I was supposed to, Tyler, I forgot to ask Dr. Desai to speak more about safety during my presentation, or in the medical side of things. So whenever you feel it would be a good time to have him. He has a few other things that he'd like to add. And I'm sorry we didn't do that during the presentation.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's all relevant. So I would say this is your moment. If you want to jump in, and it sounds like you had more of a prepared list of things to share with us. So I welcome that.
Okay, great. First of all, Dr. Desai is a neurosurgeon. You do not want me operating on your brain. I'm Chuck Desai. I'm a family doc from Falmouth. I've been in the school doctor business for over 20 years. My other schools are Falmouth, the Bonnie Eagle System, and Baxter Academy for Technology and Science. I also am on the faculty of Tufts Med School, and I'm on the admissions committee for the Tufts Maine Med program. I just want to say as a quick introduction that Jeff and Scott and the leadership team have been incredibly supportive of the entire health team, and your nurses are just top notch. They are dedicated, extremely bright, and are working overtime to make sure that the health and safety of our school community is paramount. So you are in really good hands, really good hands. I want to basically give you a little background, and if I may, jump to what's changed from 2 months ago, because that's actually pertinent. This virus is called novel COVID-19, novel meaning that unlike all the other COVID cold viruses, this has never been seen before 2019, which is the 19 piece. We are learning about this thing on a daily basis. Everything about it is changing constantly. For example, we have gone from everyone should wash every bit of their food when they get home from the grocery store and sterilize all the packaging, to what we now know is that hard surfaces like steel and hard plastic, which we thought the virus would last for 3 days, have almost no risk of communication, because the tests that were done earlier were on between 10 and 100 times the droplets that any individual would, by blowing in their hand and putting on a handrail or going in a playground gym set. So again, that's all new. It's just moving constantly. It's moving constantly. The school nurses have been in touch with, in all of the schools I'm affiliated with European school nurses who hold meetings on a regular basis in Zoom all around the world. And they went back to school by and large in March and April. So they have a lot of experience in what worked and what didn't work. And we can draw on that to some degree. We're obviously going to be unique. But I want to just hit a few things, and then I'll open it up to whatever you'd like me to talk about. Kevin Desmond used the term soft start, and that's absolutely correct. Switzerland in particular found that by doing the equivalent of yellow, the people who were the most benefited by it were the staff and teachers, because they could slide in and get used to it before they were overwhelmed. And it was a lot better for them than everybody being at home all the time. They also found in Switzerland that after 4 weeks, 92% of all teachers were back in the school setting. They just needed to see that it was going to work and it wasn't dangerous. So that's a very positive thing to think about going down the road. And I personally think that parents and teachers and staff who are very reticent for good reason, there are no perfect answers, there's no perfect solution. I do think as they look to see the success we're going to have, we'll start to come back into the school setting. But we have to honor and respect their decisions up front to the best we can without poor Jeff having no faculty to teach. A couple of things about the virus itself. This virus is transmitted by airborne droplets or aerosol. The droplets are bigger drops of spit and sputum and whatever that come out of your mouth. The louder you yell, the more you inquire, the more you're blowing on your trumpet, the further those droplets can go. But by and large, 6 feet is where most of them drop to the ground. That's where the 6 feet separation comes in. The World Health Organization feels that with 2 people with masks on, kids can be 3 feet apart in the classroom, but as soon as they take them off, they must scurry to the 6 foot distance. So 6 feet is going to be important not only in the building, but outside in the playground, outside with any other group activities. And that's where that comes from. The virus has been identified in poop and pee, excuse my use of difficult words here, and vomit, but not transmissible to humans. It's air, as far as we know, it would be rare as hen's teeth. It is literally from breathing. And that's why the mask is so important. The mask does not protect me wearing it from you. It protects you from me if I have the virus. And 4 out of 10 people with the virus have no symptoms or haven't developed symptoms yet because they're in the first 2 to 5 days. So that's why the mask is essential. And the mask also, if you think about an operating room or a hospital, it does not make the wearer sick. It does not cause them to breathe carbon dioxide and pass out. If doctors and nurses can wear them for hours and hours in a hospital setting, I guarantee you that risk doesn't exist. But that's essential. So how do I protect me from you? First and foremost, if I'm wearing a mask and you're wearing a mask, the risk of transmission drops by 80%. 80. If I wear a shield and you're splattering all over me, like in the FLS kids, for instance, that is tremendous protection to me from you. So that's why, first and foremost, masks are essential. And it's not just a recommendation from the governor, it's really a requirement. And it turns out that in business, they can do spot checks. And if people are not adhering to the governor's mandate, there can be financial fines and ultimately closure. So this is no joke. It's not a law, but it has the effect of law. And Drummond Woodson has weighed in on this saying, we'll back you up. So I think that's very important. 6 feet, wear your mask. The other thing is this virus, as one epidemiologist is a wimp. It dies really easily, which is why plain old soap and water for 20 seconds or the sanitizer 60 to 70% alcohol squirt thingy for 20 seconds is exceedingly effective at killing it. If we behave ourselves and wash our hands, use the sanitizing Purell equivalent, keep 6 feet away, and wear masks, what's going on right now in this country would stop in a month. It's because we've had horrendous leadership who did not take the ball and run with it. So all of us are scattered to do what we can in all regards. But if we could do that, that'll make a big difference. And that pertains to the school setting. That pertains to the school setting. We, I think, are working extremely hard to try and make it as safe as possible. As Dr. Fauci says himself, there's no 1,000,000% guarantee, but the risk is so dramatically reduced by what we're talking about doing in the school that it is as safe as there can be in today's world. The other good news is we all see on TV at night that Texas has 14% positivity. California has 12%, meaning for every 100 people get tested, 14 are positive, 12 are positive. Maine last week had the lowest positivity rate in the entire nation at 0.82%. We are not Texas. We're not California. And that's got to be something we really need to reinforce with our population, that our risk in Maine is dramatically less than any other hotspot state we read about or see on the television every night, which scare the daylights out of all of us. I mean, it's terrifying. So that's a really good start, really good start. A couple of things just quickly about the school process. Jeff has alluded to how the kids are going to come and go, coming into the class, the setup with the desks 6 feet apart, half the number of normal kids. So you'll have 10 or 12 and not 20 or 24 in each classroom in the yellow phase. The idea of checking everybody's temperature at the door is done, not valued, not in any way recommended by the CDC anymore. And the number one reason is because if mom says, I got to get to work, honey, I know you don't feel great, take some Tylenol and get on the bus. It is not reliable. It's not at all reliable. So that is out. That's out. The questionnaire at home is very important. And to Madison's question, obviously families who are going to have a very hard time doing anything on the questionnaire. Does your child have a fever? Have you checked it? A cough, muscle aches, change in smell and taste, whatever. I think Madison's point is very well taken. We're going to help those families as much as we can. The FLS group is very concerned, as I understand it, about not having temperatures checked. So, and also, do they need paper gowns? And that's being addressed by the health team. That's being addressed by the health team. Just very quickly, in Asia and in Europe, the percentage of infection for kids even under age 20, but certainly 10 and below, is minuscule. Kids do not give it to other kids by and large. Rarely, if ever, give it to the teacher or the faculty. It's the adults who pass it down to the others, and they got it from another adult outside of the school. So that's the higher risk group, is to make sure that the teachers and the staff at home are following all the protocols that we've set up for when the kids are in school. So anyway, I can go on and on and on, but things are changing rapidly. And the good news is this state is in, and including Cumberland County, which has the most in the state, we are at 1%. The state's at 0.86. So we really need to get that message out, because the numbers for Texas and California are terrifying. And any parent or faculty who sees that thinks, I'm not going in there. But that's not us. That's not us. And that's very important. Our state has done a remarkably good job, by and large, with hand washing, facial coverings, 6-foot distancing, and when we have a problem with contact tracing, so we find who's at risk, and we make sure we take care of those who need follow-up. And a lot of states, We're also not a state that has massive groups in clubs and on the beach who are all 25 and under saying, I can't get it, or if I do, big deal, it's not going to bother me. So we're a different animal, and I think we need to enforce that, to reinforce that. Anyway, I'm open to any discussion, or I will be quiet.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here and your insight to all of this and expertise. What I would like to do is just kind of keep you here so that I know that there'll probably be more other questions from the board. And what I'll do is I'll just kind of go back to our list. So Elias, you are next if you have any questions or points you would like to make.
Thank you. So, yeah, I guess starting out, like the overall overview of the yellow plan, it seems like great in theory in a lot of ways. I'm just wondering what the predicted like discipline measures and encouragement measures will be for like ensuring, not ensuring, I guess, but encouraging kids to stay those 6 feet apart, stay through the halls, or like if you see a friend, I just find it hard from a student's perspective to like with change years of habit and like embracing a friend in the hall and violating the 6 foot distance. And I think like that's probably true across all school districts, like schools in MSAD 51. I'm just wondering what the plan is regarding like enforcing that message to students.
Yeah, I think it's I'll start by just saying, I think it's really about getting everybody to buy into this. If we're going to be successful with this, we've got to have everybody really saying we can do this. And the only way that I felt at the end of the day was to start in yellow, because if we started in green, we're pretty much saying, well, nothing's really changed. Even though we have to do these 6 foot distancing, wearing masks and hand washing, everything looks exactly the same. We can't enforce that anyway, the 3 to 6 feet right now with 100%. But I also think bringing in half of the students signals that we are in a different kind of world right now, and we have to take it really seriously. And I think we have opportunity to do that. This is the largest discussion that we've had over the last few months with a leadership team is what makes sense to bring in. Is it 50% or close to 50%? I think that's the number that we can stand behind and say, this is more manageable. We can help people with these protocols and making sure everyone understands how serious this is. We can't do that with 100% right now of the students. I think that's the first signal, that it looks different. It is different. We're in a different world right now. I'm hoping that with 2 days a week on site instead of 5, that everybody is getting that message as well. That students are getting the message, staff is getting the message that, we have to start off easy, kind of easing into the school year, because that's the world we're living in. And hopefully that's a signal by itself. But we do need everyone's help. We need students to talk to each other about it, remind each other. I know it's hard. You go to a grocery store and there's a couple people that aren't wearing a mask. And every time I go in, there's 2, 3, 4 people that just aren't following the rule. I always make sure I keep my distance, but I think at some point, we probably all have a responsibility to say, why aren't you wearing a mask? Let's be responsible. So.
Can I pipe in for 1 sec?
Sure.
Elias, here's the good news. The data suggests that you have to be within 6 feet or less of another individual for 15 minutes minimum to transmit the virus to the other person. So when you go to the store and you bump somebody in the shoulder or they go by you with no mask on, the risk of transmission in that situation is about zip. Now, that's not permission for a lot of hugging and in the hallway and, dude, tell me all about your summer. But it's got to be a protracted exposure in close proximity.
Okay, yeah, that point is very interesting to hear. And I guess very optimistic in a way. I think another question I'll refer to you as Dr. DeSays for the purpose of respect.
Dr. Check, forget the respect.
Okay. Well, I'm guessing, is there any worry regarding the false negative rate of these tests? Because my uncle, for example, is an internal medicine doctor, and he's elaborated on times where he's seen patients where it's yeah, I lost my sense of taste, I've been having, and he almost checks off all the boxes, and then in the end, yep, they were negative. He just the instance of false, obviously the science is like such an unprecedented situation that the science is just trying to catch up, but it still seems like the tests are faulty in a way. Is there any worry regarding that?
No, that's a very, very good point. There are 3 tests for COVID, and it's really important to realize what the difference is.
Mhm.
The PCR test is the nasal swab that looks for the RNA protein that's part of the virus, and that means that there's active live virus in your respiratory system. That's the one that really counts. That has about a 10% false negative rate, which is in medicine not bad. It ain't perfect. The next one down is what's called an antigen test, and that is a nasal smear that looks at a bunch of other proteins from the virus. And if you all remember, you may or may not have heard this, but 2-3 weeks ago, there was a summer camp in Maine where 19 kids proved positive. And the CDC said, what in the dickens is that all about? And they went out and they tested them with the PCR one, the RNA test, 0 cases. That particular antigen test, which is used frequently, has a minimum 20% false result. The other is the antibody test, which is a blood test. That only tells you you had the virus, not that you have it now. So whenever somebody's getting tested, the best we have is the PCR nasal RNA protein test.
Mm-hmm. And I guess a quick follow-up, I'm guessing, is somebody who has been tested for corona, is that the most painful one?
Well, it goes back halfway to your brain, but other than that, it doesn't hurt. And it's over in the count of 3.
Yeah, okay, that's definitely interesting. And I guess a quick follow-up, when looking at the antibody test, I'm not sure if immunity from the virus as a whole has been fully discovered by like mainstream science. Is there a thought whether the district as a whole could do mass antibody tests? And obviously there are significant faults to the antibody test to get a sense of where we're at for immunity, or is that not even in the question?
No, and the reason you brought this up well, the reason is that we have no idea what that imparts as far as length of immunity.
Mm-hmm.
Because it may be a false security to say, oh, I got antibodies, I don't have to worry about it. I'll just go boogie down at the bar with 1,200 other people who happen to be there without masks. So that is not a reliable test from that standpoint. What it is helpful for is people who go in and get a plasmapheresis, so their antibodies are then given to people who are on death's doorstep in the intensive care unit. That is proving to be very beneficial for certain folks. So as a screening, are we all okay? We're nowhere near that yet.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, and I guess my last question is more regarding, I guess, more the teacher aspect of this. I'm just wondering if the district, I guess if and how the district will care to, and I feel like this has been a slight common theme among like the influx of emails from the concerns from many teachers, just how they will handle the many teachers that say need to stay home because of childcare, given that both of their kids go to a different school district who are both in yellow. I'm just wondering, partly from a substitute perspective, like will there be adequate and qualified substitutes to like teach that given class to a given level, and will there be support granted to those teachers who need help with childcare?
So I'll let Scott jump in as well, Scott Poulin, but I'll just start by saying, yes, there will be help granted to people that have childcare issues that they need to attend to, because we know that everybody's going to be in this spot that has young children and is looking for childcare and trying to figure it out with their own school district if they don't live here, and even if they live in the community, if their children are in different, we're trying to keep those schedules the same, but their children are still going to have days when the teachers are in the building and they're not. So they're still going to have that issue. So right now, I think I mentioned at the last meeting, we're still working with the rec department. We don't have confirmation yet because we had to switch from Friday to Wednesday as the staff planning day in the middle of the week. That set us back a little bit in terms of finding spots for staff who might need some spots for childcare. The other piece is that a lot of the staff we have 40 something staff right now that are indicating that they don't know about their childcare needs. Most likely we're talking about a couple days a week that they would have intermittent leave, which is possible, which means that we're looking at a number of things. We might pair up a couple of teachers who can be paired up to make sure that we're covering for the week and they're planning together and they're offsetting each other. We might have a certified ed tech, for example, that might be willing or able to step up for 2 days a week to do that. And in some cases, we might be able to offer something, with the recreation department, and there's going to be staff members that also find childcare. Right now they're saying they can't, but we're hoping those numbers drop as people start figuring out what cohort their children are in, and then are able to secure childcare on their own. But I think what we asked was a very open-ended question. Are you going to have trouble? Do you foresee having trouble with childcare? And so we had 40-something staff members say, yes, I foresee having, at this point, not knowing anything else, I foresee having some issues with childcare. But Scott, I don't know if you want to jump in because you've been handling a little more detail on that.
The only pieces I'd add to that is that the, FFCRA, which is the Families First Corona Response Act, does provide leave for teachers or staff or, in all areas across the country for childcare and other qualifying events. They have to, it also falls under the Family Medical Leave Act. So people have to have FMLA available in order to qualify. Also, the act does end on December 31st. So that's the other piece of it that it would act, and staff would receive 2/3 pay up to $200 a day for, if they did qualify under FFCRA. We've sent the form out to staff who had referenced that they might have some childcare issues. Those forms have come back into the district and we're going through them now. They'll be handled on a case-by-case basis with the information that we receive, and then we'll go from there. All right.
Yeah, I'm good on questions.
Thank you, Elias. Margot, you're up.
Dr. Chuck, I have a question for you based on an experience that my family had. My son works in a small business, and one of his coworkers was presumed positive and left work to quarantine and get tested. And as you may have experienced as well, the tests don't all come back, in hours, sometimes days. So when he told us that it was possible that he was exposed, we told him to get a test as well. And in the meantime, 2 weeks later, still no test results. And he kept going to work. So by the time the person's test came back, whatever it did, there was still a lot of exposure and a lot of possibility of exposure. So I worry in our circumstance when we have things like an allied arts teacher or people who work with different classes across cohorts, that while we're waiting for results, the theoretical exposure continues. And how do we approach that situation?
Well, first of all, Quest Labs is one of the absolute worst. They're averaging 7 to 10 days, and that's because they're being bombarded across the country. They're a national lab. Our state of Maine and the hospitals who are doing it primarily as a pre-op check are getting a turnaround of no more than 2 to 3 days, and that's what we need. Yeah. For just the reason you're saying, Margot, if you have COVID and you don't have symptoms, you are shedding virus for every single day that we're waiting for a result. So that's inexcusable, and that's got to change. That has to change. So let's talk about this. This is a very common question. if somebody goes out with symptoms that suggest COVID, no one else in the factory or the office or the school need do anything except keep their routine and watch for symptoms. If that person ends up not having COVID, they can come back to school within 24 hours without any fever. So it's usually 3 to 5 days, no fever for 24 hours. In a circumstance where they're waiting and waiting and waiting, we really don't have any recourse other than to keep doing what you're doing normally at work. Again, realizing that the people who are going to be the most at risk are the ones who work face to face with them for 15 minutes or more at a given time, within 6 feet or less, because that's where people who aren't wearing masks in particular are going to give it to each other. So somebody who is in the same office but 5 cubicles away, the risk of them getting infection is very, very low, extremely low. So the CDC does not want everybody to abandon ship waiting for that result to come back. So here's what I would also say, because this is a very good issue, this lab nonsense. If you go to, on Google, COVID lab testing sites, Portland, Maine, or whatever, you will find a long list. And there are several things you want to look for. One is it will tell you how many days on average it takes for the result to come back. You should call whichever one you think, oh, that looks great, and confirm on the phone. Number two, they usually will tell you, need an appointment, do not need an appointment. Need a doctor's referral, which more and more you don't, but look for that. And then when you call, you say, so how much is it going to cost me? I have X, Y, and Z insurance, because some of these private labs are charging up to $1,000 for this test. $1,000. So first of all, go to the site, look at how many days that they say on average it takes to come back. The state of Maine now has 14 new sites around the state that are turning it around in no more than 2 days.
My other question, based on a lot of the letters that we've been getting, is a mental health question. I think, Jeff, you've really talked a lot about that Yellow shows support for students, and I'm wondering about our staff, and are we showing them equal amounts of support as they contemplate coming back in Yellow?
So that's a good question. I do want to say that I have, I get emails. I don't forward all my emails, obviously, but I've gotten emails from staff members saying that they also are looking forward to coming back to school, like in the Yellow. So I think as much as people are fearful, I think they're also looking forward to it. And I'm not talking for everyone. I'm just talking for the people that have communicated with me about this. There have been people offline that haven't communicated with the whole board or whatnot. But, there are people that are ready to come back and ready to give this a try. And I think honestly, I can't think of a staff member that we have that doesn't want to do that. I think it's just, everybody has different circumstances. Some people have real little ones at home. Some people live with or have their elderly, in-laws or relatives or parents or whatever living with them. Everybody's in a different spot. And so I can understand that people are all over the board on these things. But I do think with the Yellow, I would transfer what I've said about the students to the staff. Green, obviously, we can't do it because it's just not, I don't feel like it's safe enough, and we can't follow the 3 to 6 foot distancing anyway. But I think being away from your job, and I'm speaking just for the staff right now, for 5 months, and not being, physically in the same room or in the same school that, other people have been working, that you've been working with for years and years, also is a mental health issue. And I think being able to be back in that environment, even if there's a lot of restrictions, I can just use this. Critical. So, I would say that the same thing that we're talking about with students transfers to our staff as well. I worry about the mental health of our staff for being out for much longer than we've been out for. the longer we're out, I think the more the fear kind of kicks in. And what I worry about is that we'll be out for many months more if we don't take some steps. I'm not saying these are baby steps, but they're steps to get back into a more normal routine. And it's about as safe as we can make it. We can't guarantee anything. And I always get Dr. Desai's name wrong when I say Dr. Desai, and I'm going to keep saying it because I can't. Dr. Chalk. I'm not good with pronunciation. But, as he said, you can't guarantee anything, but I think this is, if we can't guarantee it, this is about the next best thing we can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I would just say that I have respect for all of the viewpoints that people have been writing in and sharing with us, and it's really helped me process a lot of the things that I didn't know about or contexts that as a board member, it's not something that I would know. So I just want to thank the people that took the time to write, and I will yield back for some more questions. Thanks, Tyler.
Thanks, Margot. Anne, you're up next.
Well, as we all do, have so many thoughts about this, because how can you not? Things do change so fast and so quickly. My concern regarding yellow is how much work it seems to take from the staff. It seems it doesn't seem like a very sustainable level to be at very long, and I'm concerned that we would burn out people really quickly. I'm also really concerned about staff and parents in terms of trying to navigate the whole childcare issue on those other days when kids aren't in class. For, again, both as teachers who have their own kids who may be on our district or other districts, and then parents who may be working, and how to, all of it's just a little too messy for me. And I know that there's no easy answer. I know that a lot of time has gone into this, and I really appreciate that. I just find it really interesting, though, from talking to people, we certainly have people who support going back in green, and we have people who support going back in red, but we haven't heard people saying, yes, let's do yellow.
So I agree with you, Anne. I have to say, of all the three levels, the yellow is my least favorite. However, it is the only level that I could come to at the end of the day, because it does marry some good points from both the red and the green. Green, I'd love to be able to go back green today, with the school and get back to normal. We just can't do it. It's not safe enough at this time. We might be able to get there, but we're just not there. I think the red, continuing in red, is risking all of our students another year of being out of our facilities and not taking that first initial step to be back. So yellow is truly the most complicated level, but it does take that first step to getting back into the schools and easing back in, even though it's the most complicated. That's why it's not my favorite. It's the most complicated one to navigate and to try to sort out all of the myriad of issues. And people are frustrated with this level. But I also think it gives us the best shot at getting back into in-person learning and doing it safely, and doing it with reduced numbers of students, and providing the protocols and making sure that they work. And that's why it is the recommendation. And I'm going to quote I've got the wrong historical figure, I think, but there is a saying that says that when you have given three options, the one that nobody likes is usually the best one. I think it might be Lincoln, I'm not sure. But anyway, that's how I feel. It's the option nobody really likes because it's complicated, but it's probably the best one for all of our students and staff, honestly, to make that first step back into our buildings without waiting months or even a year for that to happen, and to do it so that we know that we can do it safely and as safe as we possibly can. And I can say that with far more confidence than being in green at this point.
Do we know that if we do in fact go back in yellow, that we have staff to do that we have enough staff?
So we don't know that today. I can't say that, and because of all the child care considerations that we're still working on, I think it's the child care that seems to be the holdup right now. Scott can talk a little bit, maybe generally, about the medical issues and how many staff members we might be working on, but it's only a handful at this point. But it's truly the child care issues, and until we know from other districts when they release their plans, and districts are starting to do that. Yarmouth released their plan Friday, which is a similar plan to the one that we have. And I believe that Falmouth will be releasing their plan within a couple of weeks. Definitively, they've released some information that they're leaning towards something similar to what we're doing, but they haven't finalized that yet. And I think that's where we're going to find most districts, and as our staff finds out if they're living in a different district, they'll be able to start coordinating and landing some childcare issues if they can do it. So I think truly that is where we are with our staff right now, is the childcare piece. And you know, I think we haven't heard from the rec department yet because we had to change the day on them. Once we do that, I know that they're working on that right now, and once we get some spots open, we can start moving with that as well. But Scott, I don't know if you have a little bit more information to elaborate on.
No, the only thing I have, Jeff, is that we've gotten information back, and until we really know what those cohorts look like in our school district and in other schools around us, it's pretty hard to determine what staff and when their availability is. So until we have that information, we really won't be able to define it down. Like you said, the medical issues are, probably on one hand, basically, depending on, what the needs are. There are some people who are just fearful and don't want to come back for obvious reasons. But for the qualifying events, it's probably about a handful. And then I would say it's probably close to 50 people that had expressed childcare concerns. We've gotten about half the forms back at this point, and we're reaching out to try to get the rest of them. But like I said, I think people are really waiting for, our employees are really waiting to see what is the cohort going to look like in our district and surrounding districts. Until we have that, we can't tell you.
Yeah, and I know, like, the other big struggle that I have is I think it's unfortunate that so much of this weight has been put on the school districts to make these decisions. I think it's unfortunate because I think it's causing a lot more tension, and folks who might not be as supportive of public schooling in general and want more school choice can use this as a way to find other faults with public schooling, dealing with COVID, and I just don't like the spot that we're in. And my last question, I guess, is a little bit maybe nitpicky, but by calling it a pandemic response plan, it's been designed for COVID. Should we call it, though, the COVID response plan? Because if it's a pandemic, we don't know what another infection would look like. We don't know if it would have similar characteristics or features that would follow the same, transmission in terms of, how easily it's passed between students or anything.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think I'm hoping that a lot of what we develop, if there is another one, another sort of strand or whatnot with COVID that we're working with, that these plans can transfer to something that's similar. So I think that was the thinking behind just calling it a pandemic response plan. But if for the feeling of the board, because it's a limited plan with a limited time frame, if you're more comfortable calling it a COVID plan, I'm very open to that.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions at this time.
Thank you, Anne. I'm going to save mine for last because I get to do that now. So Kate Perrin, you're up next.
Thank you, Tyler. I guess I have two kind of overarching questions, just kind of at the high level. But first, I would just like to say that I'm just absolutely amazed and frankly, a bit overwhelmed just watching and witnessing the amount of work from our administrators and our superintendent and our director of human resources, HR, well, all of the things that you are, Scott. It's just a lot. It is an incredible amount of work that's been happening. I think that everyone is doing their absolute very best. I think they're showing up for students. I think they're showing up for their staff members as best they can. So I just wanted to say that. My two questions are I'll go first with our staff that is in the functional life skills, our behavioral ed techs, our special education teachers. I know that we have a significant amount of COVID related funds. I know will get eaten up very quickly, especially with some technology stuff, but is there any consideration for a certain level of hazard pay or additional incentive due to the fact that these folks will be in situations that distancing and mask usage is not possible? And I think it's important that we really value and recognize the nature and importance of their work. So I'm just wondering if that has been considered. I don't know if this is one for Superintendent Porter or Mr. Poulin.
Yeah, I'll just start by saying that was something that the district had an interest in, generally speaking, a couple of years ago. Before all of the COVID pieces started, we had looked at certain categories of our staff that had maybe more physical contact with students just because of the nature of their position, especially in special education in some of our programs. And it was something that we had tossed around, was the idea of some, I'm not saying incentive pay, but some sort of an additional pay for that piece. I want to first say that the staff that work with our most vulnerable students in our special education programs are incredibly committed and passionate people. I mean, I have to just say that when I think about the people that work in those programs, they love the kids. And I truly, and these are people that have been working these programs, many of them for years and years and years and years. I mean, we have some great staff, but I'm thinking especially of those programs, especially FLS, our behavioral programs, in alternative ed. These are programs that really require special staff members to work in them, who truly are okay with that. A little bit more physical contact, a little bit more of the nuances of students that present more vulnerabilities and needs. And I would be very open to doing more for those staff members. I think that's a conversation that we would have to have with the association around that, and seeing if that's a possible item. We are, and I don't know if Dr. Desai or anyone else wants to talk about some of the things that we're looking at doing, especially for FLS, in terms of making sure that they have the safety equipment they need. But we also have a meeting this week with the FLS program staff. Julie Olson has called a meeting with that staff to discuss more of the specific concerns. I'll be attending that meeting. I think Dr. Desai is attending that meeting, or he's been invited. We have some other folks and administrators that will be attending to kind of make sure that we are problem solving, because it's a very challenging place for our staff to be in a pandemic, especially when we have all these regulations about social distancing that we can adhere to, or most students will adhere to, but obviously it's not possible with some students.
I would just say, if it's okay, we're working very hard to protect that subgroup, because they really are at high risk, potentially at high risk. So the University of Wisconsin has invented a shield with a cuff that kills two birds with one stone. It's basically a mask with a shield. You can see through it easily. They're going to be using that with their FLS kids, with all the higher risk kids. There's no question that, from what I understand, those kids will try to take off your glasses and pull the shield off and do all kinds of stuff. I think the chance of getting the average FLS kid to wear a mask is probably close to zero, but they're going to try. They will be wearing gloves. Laura and I just had a conversation about an hour before this meeting, talking about how do we handle kids who barf and poop and whatever. And in particular, do the FLS group want to wear gowns? And should they be paper if we're going to do it, or cloth or whatever? So we're actively talking about that. And I think on the 6th, as Jeff was alluding to, there's going to be a lot more discussion. But they in particular are getting a lot of attention. They will be wearing gloves, most likely a paper gown. They'll have the Badger shield on, which is an amazing breakthrough. And that shield will also be used for kids for whom English is a second language and have hearing impairment, kids who need to look at your face all the time. So that's a huge breakthrough, and we have ordered a bunch of them.
Thank you. Yeah, I just think, really prioritizing the use of COVID funds to be compensating and incentivizing, those positions, I think might be something we want to think about. I do have some questions about how we're going to kind of understand the cohort and the number of students that maybe some of our elementary allied arts teachers or our upper level teachers will be exposed to. I think that's going to be a little bit different than a classroom teacher. But I trust the folks that are making those decisions to be thinking smartly about those. But I just did want to highlight that as something that in my conversations I've heard from a lot of people about just questions of how that's going to work. And then lastly, I just want to touch upon the remote learning option. I felt very early on that it was really important for us to have that available for parents and families, that it was either a health necessity or a personal choice that they made. So I'm glad that is available. I just want to make sure that it is as robust, comprehensive, and that it follows our curriculum as best it can. So I don't know, Superintendent Porter, if you maybe want to talk a little bit more about the remote plan and how and when and some of the whys.
Yeah, thank you, Kate. I think the remote plan has been evolving, and I will say that, it's not an excuse, but it really was important for us to know how many students were interested in this approach, or how many families were interested, in order for us to start thinking about our staffing, because we only have so much staffing. And in order for us to know that, we do have a number at this point, and that number is pretty similar to the last time we sent out the survey. So I feel like we're getting a pretty good idea. I think there probably will be some more students that might participate now that the live streaming is going to become more of an option for us, especially at the secondary school level. We might have some more students who choose to participate in that. So I will say that it may feel to some families like the remote school option has been changing or evolving. It has been. I'm just being honest. It's something that we haven't been able to commit and say we can do this, this, and this until recently. I think the live streaming is a game changer for us, for older students to be able to access their classes like they would if they were at school. Not completely the same, but at least they've got that continuity with them. And if we can do that with elementary at some point, I'd like to do that. The good part of the elementary piece is that we are dedicating a staff member who's assigned to a student in the remote. And so there will be a staff member with a group of students that they are responsible for with check-ins, answering questions, holding office hours, and doing the assessment check-ins to making sure students are in progress, are making progress. So those are things that we have fleshed out and will continue to do so. I don't know if Susie Robbins has anything else she'd like to add to those comments, but I will say that even between now and September 8th, I expect that the remote school will continue to evolve and we'll continue to have more information on what we can actually offer. And I do want families to know that I know there's been some frustrations around that. We just, there's just been a lot of up in the air questions that we had to answer. We didn't want to say we're absolutely doing this and then have to backtrack. We'd rather say we don't know yet and we can't commit to things, and then being able to offer more, like this live streaming is really something that was not in place a couple of weeks ago until we knew we had the state funding. Susie, do you want to add anything?
No, Jeff, you did a great job. The only question I would answer, Kate, that you asked was about the curriculum. And please know that, we follow the Common Core, whether they're in school or, in person or remote school. So we're doing our, all the curriculum we pick is aligned with the Common Core.
Thank you, Susie, and thank you, Jeff. That's all of my questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Mike Simmons.
All right. Well, coming later in the alphabet, most of my questions have been asked already. However, I did want to ask a little bit about if, God forbid, we have to go back into a red mode. about what some of the additional planning around that looks like. I'm really glad to hear about all the potential live streaming that we have coming on. That is certainly a game changer. But I was wondering if perhaps you could elaborate a little bit more on what Red will look like in terms of how different from this past spring, I guess.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. I think the biggest thing that would be a change for us, and we do need more training and more time on the Red, I'll be honest with you, and that those staff days are critical, because I do believe that of the two levels that we would most likely be accessing this year, yellow and red will probably be a majority of those two levels if I had to put it on the table. And the reason I say red, and I'm hoping those red periods are intermittent only, and they wouldn't be like last year when we're out for 3 months. And I think there's just been a lot of updated information about how long, if we're closing a school or a district, how long that period is. And I think there's a lot of indications now that we can close for short periods of time and not for long periods of time. We just didn't know enough about the pandemic. The governor obviously closed for a good reason for a long period of time in the spring, and that made sense at the time. We know more now to say that that's not necessary, but when we are in short periods of red, we need to be ready for that. The live streaming is definitely a huge change. The thing that parents and students should notice the most when we're in periods of red is synchronous education. So whether it's elementary or secondary, so for secondary, we're hoping it's live streaming, but for elementary, students will be able to log in to their Google account and into Google Drive, into Google, and be able to access a video, class meeting. We had a lot of teachers that started to do that anyway as we went on with the pandemic in the spring, but that would become more our expectation with teachers when we're in the red, is that they're providing synchronous education. So students are logging in, the teachers taking attendance, making sure they're there, and they're having these kinds of screen-to-screen meetings in red that's in real time and not work that can be done, whenever a student can get to it or whatnot. So it would be more synchronized, more like a school schedule. Obviously, we're not expecting students in red to be on their screens for 6.5 hours a day, but there would be direct periods where they would be logging in and participating in class, just like kind of this meeting is today. So that would be the biggest change from the spring.
May I chime in with something real quick, Mike? Just going back to the how much red would we be looking at? How much red ink, whatever. And again, I want to reiterate that the current recommendations are if you have a single case in a single classroom, it may well be the CDC, with everything we're learning on a daily basis, says 2 to 5 days out, that's 1 week of school for that class, at worst for that school, and then back in. The reason that people are quarantining for 14 days is it turns out that if you're exposed and you get no symptoms in 2 weeks, you're not going to get symptoms. So there's a 2-week block. So I think by and large, we're talking about 1 week or 2 weeks is what I think will be the setbacks. The one area where we could get absolutely hammered is influenza season. And anything we can do as a school department to tell everyone, please get your flu shot, please, because that's the one thing that is transmitted readily from child to child and could shut us down in a minute.
That leads a little bit to my second question. My second question was, as we talked a bit about the, sort of that protocol that you described, but I was wondering about the sort of communications of that. So if a child goes to the nurse with suspected symptoms, how do we communicate that to parents, or do we wait till they're confirmed, or at what point and when and how do we communicate this to the broader school community?
Well, I'm going to defer to Jeff about the when and how, but here's what the health end of it is. If you have a child who has symptoms, and I started to talk about this earlier, symptoms that look like they could be COVID, anything going on in the classroom, that teacher is going to call the nurse. They're going to bring the child down to the nurse's room, and they'll be put in an isolation area. We We've got screens. We have all kinds of good stuff to protect everybody else from that child. Mom is called and is going to pick them up. And the recommendation is going to be, you should talk to your pediatrician or family doctor about what your child's symptoms are. And as I mentioned before, a lot of these kids, particularly because we're going to overreact the first semester, no question about we'll overreact. The pediatrician or family doc's going to say, that doesn't really sound like it. Why don't you give it 24 hours, do the normal cold remedies at home, and call me back. And then if they start taking a nosedive, the kids will get tested. But we don't have to, as a school, we have no obligation to tell anybody anything unless we get a positive. And the only group that we're going to be talking to immediately is the CDC. We have a positive. What do you want us to do? And it's through Emily Poland at the Department of Education is the first triage person. But we don't go telling everybody in the department, we think we have a case. That could be a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Or we have a case. The CDC will do contact tracing within 2 to 5 days of the positive test result. And they will then go find the people at highest risk and screen them. So I don't know if that helps, but the good news is, one, at least unless disaster hits with 300 people out with influenza, you can look forward on average to 1 to 2 weeks. And it may not even be all the schools at once. And we will rely on the CDC for things. Cumberland County is unlikely, and Maine in general, unlikely to get hammered with a surprise, because we are not mimicking the behavior of the Texases and the Californias and the let's go to the beach, let's go to a con. We're not doing that. And that's why we're in such good shape. So I am cautiously optimistic that we really will probably not take a major nosedive. We may be in and out, but I think for short intervals.
Yeah, I'll just add to what Chuck said too about communication. Last year, obviously, I think everybody was very heightened, especially right after the March closure of our facilities. And I did put out, I think, 3 different messages, probably in late March, when we had 3 different cases that were confirmed in the district after we had closed our buildings. And we were at a period where we didn't know what we were dealing with. And I think letting everybody know that we had a case or 3 cases in our situation was important at that time, so that communication was out there. But I agree with Chuck. I think that we know so much more now about this and communication and how this travels, and communication will be limited to the applicable. Obviously, if we have to close a cohort for 2 to 5 days, we're communicating at that point to families that we are closing that cohort, and we would communicate with all staff in that school, because obviously they need to know, why is their cohort closed. That communication would be there. We wouldn't be releasing names or anything like that. We would just be informing families that because of a confirmed case, we're closing that cohort, whatever CDC is recommending, the 2 to 14 days or 2 to 5 days in most cases. And that's the limit of the communication. So there wouldn't be a communication out to the entire district saying that we're closing, a cohort at, GMS or something. And that's how we would deal with communication this year around a case that might come up that's confirmed, in working directly with the families involved and the students and the staff in that building, so that the staff is aware, why is there a cohort that's closed. And that's kind of how we would, generally speaking, how I think we're going to be handling these things communication-wise.
And I'd just like to reiterate, we do not, as a school department, we don't have to worry that we have to make the decision about who learns about what. The CDC and Emily Poland will be very quick to say, here's what you do in this circumstance. So we are not going to be out there on a limb and the wood is cracking and we're going to fall into the ocean. We'll have a lot of hand holding, and we needn't worry otherwise.
So I just want to follow up, Doctor. There was a question in the comment from Anne. Will we also consider minimal presentations, such as a student presenting with a rash and fever?
I'm sorry, you mean, is that COVID, or is that could be about 27 different viruses, particularly in the younger group? So
right, and that's why I was asking.
That's where the nurse assessment is going to be essential.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more the respiratory things with headache, fever, I'm having trouble breathing, cough, that's going to be the subgroup that really gets the most attention. But I have a rash and, I've had a sniffle the last week. There are adenoviruses and all kinds of other goodies, particularly for younger kids that just, fall is a prime time. But the nurses are very astute. You've got a really experienced group of nurses. So they're going to be our first line of defense. And they can always call me to, say, what do you think this is? And send me photos. But does that make sense?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. That's all for me.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Jennifer Stewart.
All right, I get to be next. I'll try to make this fairly quick. I have a few questions, and Dr. Chuck, this is very informative for me, and it's really putting me at ease as a parent and as a school board member to make these decisions. It's, every day we're going down the rabbit hole on, you could argue either way, and just we need to be more informed, and everyone in the community should be. So it's very helpful.
Thank you. Well, Jeff gets the credit. He said, I think you could be helpful tonight.
Good. I really appreciate it. And I bet we'll see you a lot more going forward. So my quick questions would be, one, we want to make sure that the cleaner that we're using and using so much of it is safe. And it really concerns me that we're just kind of pushing this stuff in. So I think that's definitely a concern. And I know that everyone's using it and they're spraying down rooms and things, in the grocery carts and stuff. But can you speak a little bit to that?
I can. Jeff and Scott are familiar with the actual chemical better than I do because they've been working with the maintenance crew. There is almost all major facilities in Maine are using a ionizer. It's sort of like a fog gun. And the material that comes out is non-toxic, dries quickly, and you can sit on it and enjoy a candy bar with your arms on the rails right away. The little guys are not going to be using the Lysol and Clorox wipes because there is some toxicity to repeated use of those in particularly younger kids. I'm saying younger kids from, maybe 5th grade down or 6th grade down or whatever. That's where soap and water is going to come in with regard to their desks and not the Lysol, et cetera. So there are a lot of green products, and I guarantee you that all of the maintenance crews in every school department in Cumberland County have all been sharing information, and I think it's going to be very safe.
Okay, great. The next thing would be is, Jeff, we seem to be talking now back, having all of our allied arts back on the table. At one point, there was discussions that we weren't going to be able to offer gym, band, chorus, and art. It seems like that's back out there and full steam ahead. So am I fair in that understanding as we've been talking tonight? And will it be for all grade levels from K to 12?
Yeah, I am going to ask in a minute for some of the leadership team members to also, kind of speak up because it looks a little different at each level, and I think it would be important for them to say something about that as we're talking about it. But generally speaking, we are making a commitment to allied arts. Band and chorus, as Dr. Desai has mentioned, is more problematic for us because it's 26 feet. And I learned that from Dr. Chuck. So when you have 26 feet, it's impossible to run those kind of programs in a school. So we're looking at alternatives to those programs. And I think I'd like to ask principals, assistant principals, if you have anything you want to add specifically to your grade level, because each school is handling this a little bit differently.
Jen, I'll just start for MIW. We are still going to work with our faculty on this. We know in yellow zone, we actually have a shortened day. And we also, as has been pointed out, don't know 100% of which faculty members will be available. So we have been working creatively with really smart allied arts folks, thinking of all the different ways this could happen. And honestly, we have our leadership team meeting later this week, and we will keep working on it. But we have talked about a variety of different ways it could occur. We want to minimize the allied arts teachers' exposure. Typically, they work with 500 children. We are asking whether something like music should be taught on the yellow days remotely, because then children could sing where they can't otherwise. But we've just basically surfaced a bunch of different models, and we've got to evaluate them. But I think you have to be fair about the yellow zone. If children are not coming in till 15 minutes later, and teachers are caring for them, they're not going to have regular length allied arts classes. We're going to have to be creative about this. There will not be 45-minute classes throughout the day. The lunch doesn't look the same. So I just wanted to mention that as well, because back to Kevin Desmond's question about what will we do on Wednesdays, our elementary teachers are going to be spending a lot of time directly with their cohorts, and they will not have the same planning time they typically have to plan and assess student progress, because they'll be working with kids throughout the day. But I guess I'd say the thing for K3 is that we've talked about a variety of models, and we're still evaluating them.
I would say the same thing is true for 4-5. We had a plan that we were working with up until 8:30 this morning, when I met with my allied arts teachers for about 2 hours, talking about what different models could look like. And what we thought a week ago had completely shifted. And part of that is that trying to limit exposure to the allied arts staff members, and if there are ways to do that. So our latest conversation is, what would it look like to provide a limited number of allied arts quarterly? So there'd be a rotation across the school year. So it's still a live conversation. We do need to button it up soon in order to craft our master schedule. But there are so many moving pieces to it. And so I'm really leaning on my allied arts teachers to help me craft what that's going to look like. I would say one additional piece that I would add to what Sally said is very, very important at the 4-5 level, and that is that we share all of our allied arts staff members with other buildings. And so not only do I have to work within the confines of specific times of day, but the other allied arts teachers all have somewhere else that they're working. So that's just an added piece for my level.
I can speak to 6-8. For band and chorus, that's a real challenge for us. There really is not going to be an opportunity for that to be in-person band and chorus as it has traditionally been, because of the distance that needs to be created to keep a safe environment. So the teachers are actively thinking through how to provide band and chorus remote experiences, and have been in contact with me about that. For our allied arts classes, we typically have our students every other day accessing 2 different allied arts classes. That's sort of a generalized statement. So for example, a student on Monday might have health, and then on Tuesday they might have PE, and then back to health and PE. I did a little math around that. Normally that looks like in a trimester 26 or 25 or 26 class periods, instructional blocks for each of those allied arts classes. So if we stayed with that rotating schedule of every other day, we would have between 10 and 12 classes for the students. And that to me feels like the point of diminishing returns in terms of the learning experience that can be produced for kids. And that's just a function of them being in class for 2 days out of the full week. So instead, we're looking at trying to create a program where they would have 1 allied art in their schedule every time they're in, rather than 2 allied arts every other day. And what that would effectively give us is 21 or 22, depending on the cohort and the way the days of the month, the days fall out over the course of that trimester. It would afford them a lot more instructional time. And then the last thing I would say is that we have a draft schedule that we're working on to increase passing time in the hallways, so that we don't have a lot of kids bumping into each other. We can stagger their movement, and to allow for the gradual influx of kids in the morning and gradual outflux of kids in the afternoon. And that, as Sally noted, that does shrink instructional time. Right now, our draft schedule looks like allied arts classes will have about 45 minutes for each class period. And other content area classes like math, science, social studies, etc., will have about 46 or 47 minutes. So it is definitely reduced, but the allied arts are not reduced by that much.
And I can just quickly speak for Greeley High School. The term allied arts takes on a different meaning when students get to our level and is applied to a much narrower group of subjects. But generally speaking, for us, students will be able to take the courses that they signed up to take, whether that is art or music or technology course. Those are all still on the table for us. We've been working closely with Dr. Chuck and the health team to make sure that those courses can run in a way that is safe. Other administrators have mentioned concerns about band and chorus in particular, given the need for additional distancing between students. Obviously, it's not our preference, but we saw that particularly our chorus is able to continue to make music virtually in the spring. And if we need to, then I'm sure that group will continue to do so moving forward. And I think we're planning on scheduling a K-12 meeting for all of our band and music teachers to collaborate with one another around practices that are possible within the health restrictions that we have in place. I would also just emphasize something that Dr. Chuck has consistently said, which is that this is, as he said early on, information is constantly changing, and so we need to be prepared to change our practices and protocols as well. It might be that things that are impossible right now or seem impossible right now become possible as a result of new information later on. We know we have students that have a passion for a particular area, and we'd like to continue to give them access to that curriculum to the greatest extent we can under the restrictions that we necessarily have to have in place.
Great. Excuse me. That was very informative just to get a kind of an overview on what you're looking at. A couple other questions I have is with the 3 to 6 feet distance, I would assume that applies with teacher to student, not only student to student. So if a student is working on a math problem, they need help, the teacher can't approach them closely and touch the page at that point. Is that kind of where we are, or I know I'm kind of getting in the weeds, but I'm trying to set it up for people, my kids, kind of in my mind, how that will look.
Well, the 3 feet with masks on has been proven to be safe. And if you think about it, a teacher could certainly stand behind your child and look over their shoulder and help them with something. 3 feet, 36 inches is not humongous. So it is safe. The 6 feet implies if one or both don't have masks on, they need to be absolutely at that distance. So I don't think you have to worry about, and touching the page, again, it's all relative. The good news is that paper goods, cardboard, cloth, the transmission, we used to think it was hours that the COVID droplets would live. Those aren't even an issue anymore. So if that happens periodically, that's fine. Teachers and students are going to be washing their hands and using their disinfectant all the time. So if that happens, I don't think there's any loss there whatsoever. Nothing dangerous is going to happen.
Okay, thank you. The last question I have, Jeff, is for us to go green at this point in the future, say in October, we need to establish to have a consistent 3 feet apart, 3 to 6 feet apart. Is that where the next obstacle would be? Unless, we all understand that there's probably going to be different information coming at us weekly, but if we stand today, that's the biggest hurdle beyond having kind of a soft opening. Is that correct?
I believe that is. I mean, we've looked at all the other health expectations from the state and the CDC, and that's the one that really we cannot meet right now with confidence. There are probably some areas of our elementary school, our primary school really, where we might be able to meet 3 feet with having all 100% of our students in the classroom, because we do typically have smaller numbers. We can have numbers 15, 16 in a kindergarten classroom, for example, or pre-K. And we typically try to keep our first grade numbers below 18 if we can do it. But other than that, we would, either the CDC is going to have to change its standard, and that's possible because they already have changed it. They were at 6 feet up until, I don't remember, Chuck, probably 6 weeks ago, and then they changed that standard to 3 feet, 3 to 6 feet, 3 being minimum and 6 feet being ideal. So I think we're waiting for either the CDC to change its standard, or I guess that would probably be the biggest factor that we would have to wait for. At this point, that's really holding us back from going to green. But I also think, I mean, even if we could go to green right now, I think I'd still be advocating for yellow, just to, again, for all those other reasons, transition after many months out of school, and just kind of the philosophical piece of trying to get back in and make this all work as safely as we can. But yes, that is the biggest factor.
Thank you, Jeff.
I was going to say that going all green in Maine, they're around the world. Green has been for 5th grade and under, generally speaking, if you're going to start out like that, because their transmission rate is so low, and their sickness rate, quote unquote, with the virus is just on average minimal. But for us to go all green in Maine, I think you're going to see the CDC and the governor say, we have great news. We have damped down the COVID infectivity so far that we think we can go ahead and resume where we should be. It's not going to happen in a vacuum. Jeff's right. We'll have lots of guidance.
Thank you.
I believe we've made it through our list, and most of my questions have been answered.
Tyler?
Oh, sorry. Were you not done?
Mike is right behind me before you go.
Mike. Thank you.
That's okay, Tyler. I'm still new. I don't mind. You can forget. No, I appreciate it, and I'll be quick. I just have a couple quick comments and a couple quick questions. But first, I just also wanted to echo a really deep appreciation for our leadership, for Jeff, for Scott, and the rest of the leadership team for putting in all the work. Thank you. And also a real deep appreciation for our staff, who have been dealing with both uncertainty and also providing feedback and then reaching out to us. I really appreciate that. So thank you. So first, real quick, appreciate the point you made, Jeff, on communication earlier, and also the inclusion of some listening sessions in August and potential for throughout the fall. I think that's a great idea. Would strongly support that. Second, appreciate the additional information on outdoor learning and including this in a little bit more fleshed out detail. Again, this is a great effort and something that hopefully we can be collaborative with. You mentioned Foundation 51, the PTO. I think that's also a great idea. This is something I think, potentially could help us get to that green level. So I love it, and it's something where down the road I think we should not just think of this as a temporary solution, but potentially start to integrate this in and become a bit more permanent into our facility. So there's just quick comments. Couple quick questions. One, a really quick question. In the drop off and pickup, where do we stand on walkers? Can you just clarify for kids walking or biking?
So I am going to defer to the leadership team. I think they probably had a little bit more conversation specifically about how that would impact our schools. Not as much at the primary school. We don't have as many bikers anyway at the primary school. It really starts in the upper grades for elementary. But I'm going to defer to any of the leadership team members if you'd like to take that one.
Yeah, I can just quickly speak to the high school and say that we have more or less a 2-tiered staggered arrival with buses and everybody else within 15-minute slots, and then dismissal as well. We'll have a 4-stage dismissal for bus group number 1, bus group number 2, walkers, bikers, and drivers / people getting picked up by their parents. Not necessarily in that order, but it'll be staggered in those terms at the end of the day.
Similar plan at the middle school, same timelines.
Hi, Michael. Honestly, our leadership team is meeting at the end of the week, and we would be going through all those decisions about how that would flow.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Next question on childcare. I appreciate that, again, the attention given to this, and I understand this is a moving and a fluid discussion, but specifically, and I know that we've been working with the rec department about helping with this. Are we also in discussion with childcare providers throughout the area, throughout the greater Portland area?
So we're not in discussions with multiple childcare. No, in the greater Portland area, that's not something that we've gotten to that point. I think there's been an interest in starting something in the community with childcare. I know that we had at least one community member who came forward who said that they would be interested in looking into that for at least helping with our staff with their childcare. And I think that's something that we need to continue talking about. I can't really provide any details. We don't really have it yet, but it is an idea that has surfaced. Great. Last question on assessment. You mentioned authentic assessment and good in-person teacher to student assessment. I just wanted to get just a little more clarity on exactly what we mean. Are we talking about iReady? Are we talking about Maine state standardized testing? Or are we talking about the basic diagnostic testing that teachers do throughout the year to really get a good assessment of the child? So I was referring to, and I'm also going to defer to the leadership team a little bit more specifically on their grade level, but I was referring generally to diagnostic testing that teachers do in the classroom. So when you have fewer students, obviously you can spend more time, a little more individual time, and be evaluating. One of the biggest pieces that we use for assessment, obviously, is observation and being able to assess students on the spot, in person, and being able to see, what skills they have, what gaps are there. That will be more critical than iReady or any sort of standardized assessment, I think, for our teachers. But I'd like to also see if the leadership team has any specific comments about their schools around assessment.
I can speak to the high school quickly and note that in general, where we're not talking about state assessments, nor really are we talking about other diagnostic tools like iReady. I think we're really thinking about the fact that we're going to see our students in the yellow zone in our block schedule only once per week, and that ideally, if we can get live streaming up off the ground, then students will be able to join with their classmates when they're at home as well. But even in that circumstance, we're really talking about a very different approach to instructional and assessment design, where necessarily we're going to need to push on ways to allow students to demonstrate their learning independently to a greater degree and with greater choice. That's what that means to me, Mike. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much.
Mike, I just would echo what Jeff and Chris have said. Elementary knows it's going to be work sampling and observation, and we've got to be really thoughtful.
I don't know if Mari or Carol.
Yeah, I'll pop in. I was giving some wait time for Carol in case she wanted to jump in there. I think similar answer that we're going to have 2 instructional days with each cohort group in person, and we need to maximize that time with kids. And assessment is most likely going to be ongoing, informative in nature. And by that, I mean informing teachers of what their next immediate steps ought to be for each individual student based on whatever data those kids are providing, whether it be in actual hard pieces of work or discussion in class or the like.
And the only thing that I would add to that is in the spring, our district school psychologist did some training work with us around assessment and thinking about how we were going to prepare for our students coming back to school after the curriculum modifications that we had to make in the spring. And he was really encouraging us to look at curriculum-based measures. So not looking at those external measures like iReady or the MEA, but really looking at things that are directly tied to our curriculum that would provide us the most accurate information about how students are responding to our instruction. So I see those pieces as an important part of our assessment as we move forward.
Yeah, and Mike, the only other thing I would add is that the Department of Education obviously last year did not hold the main educational assessment, which is our statewide assessment at certain grade levels that we provide every year, 3 through 8 and 11. And we haven't received any word as to whether the commissioner is willing to waive that again. I don't know if she will or not. You know, I think we're looking at how this year is going. Before the state, we'll find out if the state is interested in continuing with that assessment this year. But we already have 1 year with no data because that test was not given to any of our students last year in the state because of the pandemic.
Thank you, everybody. I'm all done, Tyler.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Sorry for skipping past the name. Peter, I believe it is your moment. If you are still with us. Maybe. Well, I'll give Peter another chance if he chimes in. The only question that is left that I have, most of the questions I had up and answered is for Julie. And I just wanted to see if you could speak to how the plan that we are being asked to vote on tonight is different for special education programming and how it might look different during a yellow plan that that is being recommended for both student and staff.
Sure. So I think that there are a couple of changes that are different from the regular population. One is that our students who have self-contained needs are and struggle to access school remotely, given that their complex learning needs, are being invited in for 4 days per week of in-person learning. Some of our parents want that and some of our parents don't due to safety of COVID, certainly. And that's really based upon an IEP need of the student and the regulations supporting self-contained programming. Additionally, our students will be getting direct instruction remotely on the 2 days that they're not in school. So any student who has an IEP will have 4 full days of their IEP being implemented and direct instruction during that time, which includes their special educator or an ed tech, as well as speech therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy, and social work during those times. So that direct teaching will be happening. So that's a difference for both the teacher, right, because they're providing that instruction, as well as the students who will be getting that direct instruction. Our job is to implement the full IEP on any days that students are getting instruction, which will be those 4 days. So whether a student is on campus 4 days a week or on campus 2 days a week and off campus 2 days a week, they will be getting 4 days a week of such a designed instruction in their IEP services.
Okay, and just as a follow-up to that, in regards to IEPs, I know that IEPs are created for regular functioning school environments. That's not what we're looking at right now. So I'm just curious what the flexibility and how that communication, I mean, are you asking to rewrite all of these IEPs? I mean, IEPs, what's the flexibility and parents?
Yeah, so IEP world is like anything but flexible. I mean, that's just like the nature of our job in terms of the legality of our paperwork. So weekly, Erin Fraser, who's the Director of Special Services for the Department of Education, hosts a Zoom session with all of the directors, and we are troubleshooting all of this. And there is a work group who is working on that exact question. Are we going to need to develop a second IEP that is a remote learning IEP or a hybrid IEP? Are we going to need to make any amendments to the IEPs? can we have a document that is sort of an amendment to, that's just a plan that's being followed? Those are still to come in terms of decisions from the department. But I think the most important thing for the public, who's I'm hoping listening still, is that really a lot of the IEPs shouldn't change. So if a student is getting 4 days a week of math instruction, 30 minutes a day, they would get 2 days a week in person and 2 days a week remotely. So their IEP wouldn't need to change in terms of the amount of service time they'd be getting. What might change is that some of that is remote versus in person. And so if students are accessing the plan that the board adopts, and that happens to be a yellow plan tonight, then that's what the service would look like. If we went to an entire red, whether that be for 2 days or 14 days or whatever is outlined by the CDC and Emily Pullen and all of that, then we would be given remote during that time, just like we did in the spring, outlining specially designed instruction in those IEPs. So ultimately, there shouldn't be a lot of change. At this point, we're starting the school year without that direct instruction on Wednesdays, since that is the planning and preparation time, and our special educators need that team time and planning and preparation also. And I know that we're going to continue to evaluate what that looks like as the weeks go on.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Peter, nice to see you. Would you like to ask any questions before we move on to public comment? I'm not sure your internet connection is strong this evening. I'm just seeing Peter frozen. So, oh, you're currently muted, Peter. Margot, why don't you go ahead?
Julie, I just have a clarifying question about the slide that Jeff showed us with the cohorts and the A, B, B, and that there was a row of
C.
Was it C?
Yep.
So I think this is my my ignorance, but are some C students going to be with A students or B students for part of their learning, or has that group of students really been removed into and of themselves?
Margot, that is such a great question. I'm so glad you asked it and gave us an opportunity to clarify that. Our students are absolutely still part of a cohort. They still have access and the right to their least restrictive environment, and they will participate in either cohort A or B and are getting assigned to one of those two cohorts. On their additional days, when their cohort is not in school, they wouldn't be going to additional classes. They would be having their special ed time on those off days so that we're not cross-contaminating, but they will participate with their regular ed peers during their cohort time and have access to their classroom. And then their additional time in school allows them additional special ed time.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks for asking.
Thank you, Margot. Okay, Peter. This is he has no questions. Okay, wonderful. So knowing that we've gone through the list, we will move on to public comment. We do have a good collection of statements that I have split up with myself and Kevin to read, but I'd like to start with those that would like to speak in person themselves first, as I know that it's almost 9 o'clock and we still have a bit in front of us. So I will extend the public comment past 15 minutes. We have, I think, maybe 5 people that would like to speak, and I think maybe 8 statements to read. In general, the rule of thumb is that we would allow for 3 minutes each to speak. I'll have a annoying little chime that will go off when you're just about to get to 3 minutes. Please know that I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to give everybody a moment to speak. So Andy, and as a reminder, this is there's no response from the board. This is really just a moment of statement. It's not a question and answer by any means. So Andy, if you want to kick it off with the first speaker.
Sure, Rebecca Pruente.
Hi, I'm actually hoping to comment with Joan Guild. We're the association reps, and we have a joint statement, if that's okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm here. So I'd like to start off. Good evening. I'm Joan Guild, president of the MSAD 51 Education Association, and I'm here tonight with Rebecca Pruente, vice president of the association. We are here tonight to speak on behalf of members, teachers, and staff. I'd like to state that the association recognizes that you, the school board members, face an enormous task of making a final decision on returning to school in the midst of an unabated national crisis and global pandemic. I appreciate your thoughtful questions tonight and the in-depth discussion with Dr. Saez. Sorry if I have that name wrong. Each plan that you consider, red, yellow, or green, impacts classrooms, students, and learning. No plan offers an ideal solution. So thank you for taking time to consider the perspectives of those who will be in person and directly responsible for the students and district's classroom communities. I want to make it clear that the association does not take a position on a plan for returning to school. Instead, we are advocating for teacher and staff voices to be heard. We are advocating for this so that all stakeholders can be on the same page about safety and classroom level expectations in the fall. Tonight, we would like to offer a summary of staff input so that you can factor in valid and honest concerns from those delivering instructions as you make your decision. Secondly, another point I want to make is that after bringing many staff concerns and questions to administration, we very much appreciated that Jeff held an open forum for almost 3 hours, answering many questions as he could. And he also explained the process for developing the district plan. We are thankful for the time and effort that Jeff and all of our administrators, not to mention our nurses and the health team, that have taken to prepare for the opening of school this fall. With that, we ask for ongoing dialogue and communication. I hear certain terms tonight: blended learning, live streaming, remote learning, and I can't ask enough for all to work with educators who will be managing new tools and complex classroom dynamics, all under the stress of the district's pandemic response plan. Please consider the impact of these evolving plans on our staff returning to school, some of who are hearing some elements of the plan for the very first time tonight. So with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Rebecca. I think she's gonna add some comments, so.
Thank you. Again, I'm vice president of the association. Thank you for your time tonight. I'd like to offer a summary of staff input that we've received. Staff are, I hope understandably, anxious and concerned about safety and health of their students, their families, and themselves. The association has heard from over 100 staff members who are advocating for a red return to school. Staff are asking that the administration and educators be honest with families about what instruction looks like at home for kids in yellow, as well as what instruction looks like for kids in socially distant classrooms with PPE in yellow or green. Staff are concerned that wearing PPE and using instructional strategies necessary for yellow and green plans could be traumatizing to some students and will not allow for individualized, responsive education for all students that we are accustomed to giving. Staff are concerned that they will not have the professional time to support students academically and emotionally through a socially distant school day. We have incredibly creative teachers who believe we'll be in the red at some point and are afraid that we're losing the opportunity to improve our remote instruction based on our experiences in the spring. Staff hope to have ample planning time to respond to feedback and refine teaching in the red. The district has committed teachers, but there will be some who will not be able to work this fall. We are concerned about what will happen if we lose teachers between now and September, or even once the school year begins. We've heard from multiple staff members going through the difficult decision-making process about whether or not to take a leave of absence or to leave the profession entirely. Staff who look forward to returning to work worry about the impact on students should they need to quarantine or take prolonged absences during the year from sickness or lack of childcare. They also fear the district is not prioritizing the health of their loved ones and their families as they're making this difficult decision with each of their households. We're asking our staff to take risks this year that have never been asked of us before, to teach in completely new ways, and to support our students socially, academically, and emotionally through changing circumstances. Thank you for considering staff members' expertise, insights, and concerns as we plan to educate our students this fall.
Thank you both very much. Andy, would you like to open it up for the next public speaker?
Sure. Nicole Colfer.
Hi. Well, first I want to say that I am very thankful for all the countless hours that everyone has put in. My question is more of a scheduling question, and this might be directed towards Jeff. And when you talked about the A-B schedule, my question is A being Monday, Tuesday, and B being Thursday, Friday. I have a rising first grader, and 5 days of not seeing his teacher again, or anyone, I think K through 12, of not being in the school building is a long time. Have you considered doing a schedule like a Monday, Thursday, and a Tuesday, Friday? And if it's a cohort thing, my response to that is, shouldn't the level of cleaning be just as high level of cleaning each night as it would be, as you said, maybe like on Wednesday, extra cleaning? Shouldn't cleaning be at a high level every single day, every single night? And so therefore, we wouldn't be contaminating, I guess, or mixing cohorts, or if that's the reason why we did A, B, B. So I didn't know if we could speak to that.
Yeah, thank you, Nicole.
How do you want me? Do you want me to respond, or do you want me to? How do you want me to handle that?
Nicole, if you can understand that this is really a public comment moment and we don't have back and forth, the best thing we can do is make sure we keep these questions and really make sure that they're brought up at the parent forums next week, because that's really the moment where we can have some discourse about this.
Okay, and then just the other issue with that too, if the cohort A has Monday days, there's a lot more Mondays that are off. Are those weeks going to be Wednesday? There is no Wednesday remote day. And also there's 2 professional planning days in our calendar on Friday too. And same thing for those Friday professional development days. Will there not be a Wednesday everyone remote day?
Thank you so much, Nicole.
Yep. And I think that's it. Julie answered my IEP question. So thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you.
I don't see anybody else who wanted to comment in here right now. Why don't you read something off?
Okay. All right, so I'll start with the first one that was received by Megan Bailu. They are questions. 1, how do you plan to address Monday holidays for the students in cohort A? 2, wouldn't it make more sense to plan out 2 cohorts by bus routes rather than last name? Keeping students in daycares, neighborhoods together would help minimize the total number of students/adults each of the kids are coming in contact with. And 3, is there any plan to reassess or pause the new school building project? We don't even know how many students are going to be attending this school year, let alone next. Thank you, Megan, for that. I'll read the next one here, and then maybe Kevin, I'll pass it over to you so it doesn't have to be just me reading the entire time. Next one is from Rebecca Fraser-Thill. During a rapidly evolving pandemic, creating a robust remote learning experience should be our top priority because we're unlikely to get through an academic year without relying on remote learning for at least some period of time. A robust learning experience would include, at a minimum, synchronous meetings, a designated teacher, a group of peers. I believe and hope these elements are included in the RED plan. Notably, they are not included in MSAD 51's remote school outline released last Wednesday, but are a commitment within the neighboring Yarmouth's remote school option. Out of a concern for equity, please approve a version of the pandemic response plan that commits to offering a robust remote school option for families who want or need it. I hope the district will offer an extended deadline for choosing the remote school until after the parent forums after August 11th, so that we can gain full information before deciding. Finally, if we end up starting the year in red, even at the last minute, I hope the district will allow remote school students to be a part of the regular remote classroom so that all students can begin the year on the exact same page. Thank you for the work you are doing during this difficult time. Kevin, do you want to read it?
Sure. I will read one from Andrea LaPlante that was received this afternoon. Good afternoon. I have 3 comments/questions. Number 1, to all members of the school board, thank you so much for what you do. I know you are working tirelessly for the safety of kids and the teachers. Number 2, like many other parents, I'm especially interested in having as much outdoor learning as possible this year. I absolutely understand that there are limitations, academic and weather related to this, but I, for one, would be in support of relaxing academic standards in favor of safety and learning through outdoor exploration and also traditional learning in an outdoor setting. My children attended Breakwater School in Portland through the end of this past school year, and we have really enjoyed the experiential learning in the outdoors for all ages. Number 3, you may have addressed this elsewhere, but is there a scheduled day for IEP and 504 considerations? Thanks, Andrea LaPlante. And I have another one if you would like that as well.
Yeah, keep going. We got plenty to read, so let's.
Okay. This is from, sorry, I'm going to scroll down and get the name correctly. This is from Susan Smith. I am writing to ask you to strongly consider a solid RED plan for the 2021 school year. I believe the district's focus should be on improving remote learning and making RED the best that it can be. Maine's COVID-19 numbers have been better than many states recently. That certainly is good news. However, this does not mean that we're out of the woods. Summer weather, which promotes us being outside, has been a great help in keeping our numbers down. Many of us are continuing to limit our indoor gatherings to no more than a few people, which has also been helpful. I believe the school board is still meeting remotely, even though there are a handful of members compared to the vastly larger numbers that will be in our schools in a month. This in itself prompts the question of whether we should be sending kids and staff back in person to school. This virus is new and highly contagious. We are learning new information about long-term effects on the body almost daily. We're also hearing stories about summer camp in Georgia, where about 75% of the attendees were infected, and in Arizona, where teachers who were following safety measures were infected just in the setup time before kids even returned to school. Those numbers have higher numbers than Maine, but our numbers could change rapidly, and we would not know of spread within our school community until infections occur. Do we want to take such a risk? We are expecting our children and teachers to wear masks for close to 8 hours a day, to remain vigilant with socially distancing and not touching surfaces and faces. I cannot imagine how beneficial learning will be possible with constant focus on little ones to keep masks on, stay in their designated spaces, don't get near peers or teachers. Our older students, although they will better understand the current restrictions, they are not going to be great at remembering to keep up with them constantly. Honestly, if they are solely focused on social distancing, masks, etc., they are not getting to that place where they are deep in discussions over a great piece of literature or an interesting science topic. We want the focus on learning and not social distancing. I see no way around the fact that learning in this environment is going to lack the quality that we have come to associate with MSAD 51. All the while, we are putting kids and staff in an environment that is impossible to keep safe and healthy. Along the lines of healthy school buildings, what has been done to test the ventilation in the schools to ensure that they meet or exceed standards to promote quality, fresh air to minimize virus spread? What in the world are we going to do with everyone who has a regular sniffly nose, sore throat, cough, or stomach that does not feel quite right? These are all symptoms of very common bugs or allergies, but also symptoms of COVID-19. Handling this with in-person learning is going to be a nightmare. I understand that there are no perfect solutions right now. However, we can focus on the learning environment that will most likely occur in the 2021 school year. It is my belief that we will be at red sooner rather than later. The district has advised that we may be going back and forth throughout the different models throughout the year. I think this lack of consistent learning environment will be detrimental to our students. Rather than spend the next 5 weeks working on the yellow plan, it makes more sense to use our resources on setting up a strong red option. We can think outside the box for smaller groups outside to meet up to promote interaction while still limiting the risk. To have actual books and materials gathered and provided via buses or parental pickup weekly or twice a month. Arrange for an online interactive classes weekly per subject. There are so many options that can be used to improve this learning model. I ask that the school board support this model and provide that direction to our administrators. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Susan Smith.
Thank you, Kevin. I'll take a couple from, so we don't have to keep reading. So the next one I have is from Amanda Wood. My name is Amanda Wood. I am a parent of an incoming first grader at Mabel I. Wilson. I'm also a teacher in South Portland School District. I imagine this is going to be discussed at length tonight, but I have a few concerns regarding the new proposed Monday/Tuesday and Tuesday/Friday schedule for yellow plan. First, it does not seem equitable that one cohort would always be stuck with the end of the week for instruction. Second, children would have 5 days before seeing their teacher again. This makes transitions, connection, and consistency and accountability for remote work completion extremely challenging. In my opinion, it seems a lot more logical and equitable to do what South Portland is doing, for example, by having Monday/Thursday and Tuesday/Friday cohorts. This way, students will only have 2 to 3 days between attending in-person school again. It also allows students to have an opportunity to attend school at the beginning of the week and also at the end of the week. In terms of cleaning, South Portland shared that the nightly cleaning protocols would be the same each evening, regardless of which group attends to school that day. Therefore, the need to have a day in between cohorts was not necessary. Would the district consider sending a survey out to parents requesting feedback on preference for either a Monday/Tuesday or Tuesday/Friday schedule, or a Monday, Thursday, and Tuesday, Friday schedule? It seems like this is a big decision and input from families would be important. I would like an opportunity to have this comment read at the meeting. I would have sent it sooner, but I only just heard a couple hours ago of the new schedule being proposed. Only kindergarten families were shared on this new proposal last week at a meeting they had. Parents have received no communication from Mabel I that the new schedule was being proposed this evening. Thank you very much, Amanda Wood. I will go on to the next one. And then we may have to call, we have a lot of others. I'm not sure we'll be able to get to all of them. Yes, go ahead, Doctor. Thank you very much for being here. The next one is from Sarah and Brian Allenby. Hello, thank you for the opportunity to submit for tonight's school board meeting. We are hoping to attend the meeting to read just a portion of the letter in person, but timing is difficult and we're not sure if we'll be able to make it for that portion of the meeting. Regardless, we wanted to express our feelings about the upcoming school year as follows. To start, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to Superintendent Porter, the MSAD 51 principals, the school board, and everyone else involved in this difficult and complicated decision around the start of the 2020-21 school year. We recognize that there is no easy, clear, or right answer, and that any decision made will have its pros and cons and proponents and objectors. As administrators, we appreciate that you have to work to make the best decision not only for many individuals, but also our community as a whole, which is inarguably more complex than we can fully appreciate. We know how hard you are all working and how seriously you are taking the responsibility of both educating our children and keeping them, and in turn, community at large, safe. We also acknowledge how lucky we are to live in Maine. We are where COVID cases are relatively low and most people respect the need for masks and distancing. We know that all children will benefit from time in school and with teachers and peers when school starts again, especially for those who do not have safe or stable home environments, who have extra needs when it comes to learning or development, who rely on school for consistent meals, or whose parents work full-time and don't have the flexibility to be home. At the same time, we don't have a good sense of how the numbers and the situation will change as we put large groups of people in an enclosed space together. Getting kids back to school for normalcy and socialization feels at least a partially false, I'm sorry, I'm losing my spot here, notion, since nothing about the in-person restrictions, which we strongly believe in, will be normal, and students will not be able to interact with their classmates and teachers in a way that feels completely familiar or as beneficial. Both options of keeping kids home or sending them to school in whatever capacity seem problematic and unfortunate potential cause of further trauma for children and adults alike. We certainly hope that the in-person learning opportunities will provide to be safe and enriching with greater reward than risk, but they present a large-scale experiment with an immense potential downside. For families, the current remote learning option for avoiding in-person instructions does not offer an adequate support in many respects. We have two working parents of two elementary age children. While we work remotely and one of us is part-time, which allows for flexibility and privilege to keep our children home and guide their virtual education, we do not have the capacity or expertise to be our children's teachers. We also know that the teachers can't be expected to teach both in person and online simultaneously, complicating the matter. With all this in mind, we strongly encourage the district to offer a more robust remote learning option to all students, similar in structure to the RED scenario, and featuring more virtual student-teacher interactions and learning. This would ensure families who want or need, for health reasons, to keep their kids home can still receive actual schooling and instruction, can still receive actual schooling instruction and virtual community from the district, while those who prefer to or need to send their kids to school at least some of the days can enjoy a smaller and therefore hopefully safer cohort of students. Not only does this seem to offer an equitable situation for students, but it could also benefit teachers who would like the option to take part in virtual only instruction based on their needs, risks, and personal preferences, etc. This year will undoubtedly be a challenge for everyone. A more robust, fully remote learning option with regular interaction with teachers would present challenges for our family, but could also provide the best balance of education and safety while taking into consideration the broad needs of others. In our conversations with other parents and even some educators, we have heard that we are not alone in this perspective. Again, we recognize the complexity of the decisions facing the administration, and we certainly wouldn't claim to understand the full context of the situation. But we hope that a fully remote learning option with interaction and support from school educators and peers is being seriously considered. Thank you again for your efforts to balance safety and education for us all. Sarah and Brian Allenby. Kevin, why don't you read a few more, and then I think we'll move on to our items for action.
Okay. This is a letter from Matthew Gilbert, or Gilbert. My name is Matthew Gilbert. I'm going to be a junior this year, and I have a couple of comments on the yellow plan from a student's perspective. From my experience in the spring, I found that having actual classes and meetings makes a huge difference. Whether they are online or in person, live sessions are very different from standalone assignments. The two classes that I thought worked best for me in the spring were math and English, where the entire class met with the teacher online every period for the full time allotted. The teachers were able to give lectures with whiteboards, lead class discussions, answer questions, talk to us, and do so much that we would never have been able to do through assignments or emails. Although online will never be quite as good as in person in terms of learning or focus, I thought that as long as it had meetings with learning and discussions, it worked. Even though I consider myself very independent and very hardworking, I found one of my other classes where we had 0 class meeting very hard. It was nearly impossible to stay motivated, and it was much harder to ask questions or gain understanding through email. We had many assignments, but it felt like work with no purpose. Trying to learn without regular classes every day is hard. That is why I think the yellow plan that is being suggested at the moment is a terrible idea. Red would be better. Even though we don't get in-person meetings, as long as every teacher had classes every period, it would be okay. The green plan also works well, as there are actual classes and regular homework every day. Of course, some families would need the option for those classes to broadcast on a Google Meet so that they can participate, and also so that teachers can get through more material and not have to teach things twice. This also allows for all students to be taught by the right teacher for the class, unlike in the yellow system we have now. Yellow would only ever make sense if the students that are at home could participate in the ongoing class through Google Meet set up in the classroom. There needs to be meetings every day, and although I don't know all the factors that go into making a decision, as a student who's experienced remote learning, I can speak to the need for online or in-person meetings every single day, every single period. The other concern I have about yellow is regarding the social aspect. I personally think that yellow is also the worst socially. Imagine only ever seeing half of your friends. Even in red, we were able to see any friends that we had classes with. Although it wasn't the same as being with them in person, at least we would get to see them. Just think about having your best friend go to school on the opposite day as you and not seeing them once, even online. In the spring, me and my best friend just stayed on after some classes to talk, but that wouldn't even work in yellow. So if yellow is being chosen for social reasons, I think that it is the wrong choice. Thanks, Matthew Gilbert, Cumberland, who is a junior. I have another one from Ashley Olin, and she writes, my comment is that if we were to be in yellow, that the district be separated into 2 groups, not by last name, but by geographical location. In many cases, the kids in the same neighborhoods have been playing together and socially distancing for months. For them to be home together on the same days of the week and back in school together makes sense. I have heard this is what some of the other towns are doing when in yellow. I would love this option to be in consideration. Thanks, Ashley Olin. And finally, Tyler, I have a message from Beth Goldman, who writes, hello, what is the protocol for parents to follow when a child exhibits any symptoms of being sick? Will parents receive a list of symptoms that require students to stay at home? And how long must the child be symptom-free before returning to school? It doesn't seem like nasal congestion and sneezing is a symptom of COVID. However, children with nasal symptoms might need to remove their masks often to blow or wipe their noses. Will they be required to stay at home? What if the child has not had symptoms, but a member of the child's household has symptoms? I'm assuming there will be a high percentage of students staying home sick each day if there are strict protocols in place requiring them to do so. Will there be any remote learning options available to students who are at home sick but are well enough to get work done? Thank you for all the work you're doing in these extremely difficult circumstances, Beth Goldman.
Thank you, Kevin. So next we'll move into our items for action. Sorry, I'm just reading comments here. So first what we'll do is we'll ask for a motion, we'll ask for a second, and then if board members want to go around, if they have anything else in regards to a statement, we're not going to be discussing anymore, but if you want to state why you're voting, I'll give the opportunity and we'll just go alphabetically like we have in the past. So do I have a motion for the approval of the 2021 pandemic response plan?
So moved, Jennifer Stewart.
Thank you. And a second?
Kate Perrin, second.
Thank you. And so Peter would be first, and his comment was, since the audio doesn't work, my comment would be that I support the yellow plan, and I think we need to get K-5 students back to green as soon as possible. Kevin, did you want to speak to anything before voting?
No, I wanted to make sure that we had Peter's comment. I guess my only piece of discussion is that, and we have additional motions following this one, but communication is absolutely paramount to everything that we're going to be doing in this meeting and every day that follows this. And I think that we've carved out, we meaning the administration, have carved out a plan that makes sense of some difficult concepts. I am very pleased that you're going to be having, Jeff, that you're going to be having a number of sessions to further expand upon these with the public. We've got to over-communicate at every venue that's possible.
Thank you, Kevin. Madison, are you still with us? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. Oh, you are. Okay. I didn't know if you wanted to say anything before the vote. I'm just going to go down the list and give everybody an opportunity.
No, I don't have anything to say.
Okay. Elias?
Yeah, I'll keep this brief. But I think just regarding as specifically a public comment, I think the yellow I'm definitely in support of. Given the increase, I would still argue the increased quality that you have in in-person learning, but I think keeping the focus rather on learning. Obviously safety is a big issue, but as just mentioned in public comment, keeping it on learning rather than trying to make the social distancing as much of a norm as possible, rather than having it be the main focus of school. I think that's just really important, and actually making the in-person learning environment a worthwhile activity.
Thank you. Anne?
I keep going back and forth in my head, and I'm feeling really conflicted because I think yellow is trying to do a lot to try to make everyone happy, but I don't know if it really makes anyone happy, if it meets anyone's needs really truly. And I just struggle with that because I think while there are definitely positive things about yellow, on the whole, I just see a lot of challenges, particularly with childcare and particularly with scheduling, and like people have noted when kids are in school and the days off. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Kate Perrin?
Thank you. I've just talked to a lot of people over the past few weeks. I've asked a lot of questions. The board has had this plan for months now, and so I feel confident moving forward with Superintendent Porter's recommendation of not only this plan, but of the yellow opening. I feel that we are seeing a lot of districts suggest and adopt this plan, and I think there's a reason for that. I think we should all look at this as a transition period and really keeping everyone as safe as we can, while also really understanding that students need to be in school buildings. So I will be supporting both the plan as well as the yellow opening. And I'm just going to ask the community and everyone for a little bit of patience and understanding. Criticism is really easy. Collaboration and solution finding proves itself to be much harder. So I hope we can communicate and move forward as a community.
Thank you, Kate. Mike Simmons?
First off, I'll state that I'm in support of Superintendent Porter's plan as presented. As he alluded to, it's the kind of plan where absolutely nobody is really going to be happy, and perhaps that makes it the very best solution, because there really are no good solutions here, frankly. So I think this is the best compromise between safety and getting our kids back in school, and so that's why I'm going to support it.
Thank you, Mike. Jennifer Stewart.
Thank you, Tyler. I will keep it brief. I think I am also in support of yellow. This is a really hard thing to kind of come around and get come to grips with. I think we all have to give each other a lot of grace. These conversations, the decisions are so hard. We have to be really easy on our kids during this time. It's going to be tough. But I feel like it's a step forward, and I think we need to make that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I messed up my list again. Margot, I skipped over you. Go ahead.
I'd like to speak to support of the plan and save my second conversation for when we come around again. I think that we need to, I am in support of the plan, but I think we all need to acknowledge that not everyone has the same tolerance for risk, and that or the same understanding of the risks that are being asked of people sending their children and people working in our buildings. I think, I can't remember who said it, but I think working together will be the key to whatever success we have this year. That we've made assumptions in the plan, and I think Jeff has been really honest about saying that it's a working plan and that things may have to change even within yellow, even things that we think that we know. We're just not going to know until we're doing it. So I think I want to say that I support the plan, but I also support improvements to the plan if they need to happen as it unfolds. So that's all I'll say right now.
Thank you, Margot. Mike Williams.
Thanks, Tyler. So I'll start with saying that I support the plan, and I will support starting in yellow. I do want to take a quick moment of lament. There are inequities in all of these choices. We're effectively pitting working people against working people. It's whether educators and staff worried about their own safety, working parents or essential workers, single parents who have to go to work and have childcare issues. It's a horrific choice, and none of them are good. There's no way to take care of everybody wholly, and it stinks. And sadly, our kids are stuck in the middle of all of it. Our state has done really well in terms of addressing COVID, and appreciate the leadership of our state in doing this. But Dr. Chuck mentioned it, and it bears repeating that were it not for an absolute miscarriage of responsibility from our federal administration, our country would be in a better situation, but instead it's in terrible shape. And so a lot of people are rightfully scared. And so it stinks, and it puts us in that situation. But again, I think the work put in on this was done really well and thoughtfully, and I appreciate all the comments of my fellow colleagues on the board to continue communication, to continue cooperation, and for the notion of grace as well. And so I will be voting yes on both. Thank you, Tyler.
Thank you, Michael. I haven't forgotten anybody, right? I'm sure I've missed something, but I think I've got everyone. So I tried to think of something to say, like Margot, kind of for each vote, and what I kept coming back to is that we as a community, as a district or society, we're so used to clear black and white answers. We're used to timelines, we're used to schedules that we can easily access, that we can get updates on, that we can find a link for. And if there's one thing that I keep being reminded of in regards to this pandemic is that we need to remember that we have the ability to be flexible and to pivot, to reassess and listen as much as we can. And this is not the most creative we can be, but we still have time to be creative. This is not the only way we can do this, but we still have time to make it better. And because I know, and also based off of the conversation we've had tonight, that this plan is in flux at times, it even notes it on the first page of the plan, that we have the ability to grow and improve. I support the plan because of this. I'm grateful for the crazy amount of work that has gone into getting us to where we are right now. And I wouldn't support a plan that didn't recognize the ability to be nimble. We must meet this with honesty and transparency in ways that we may not have used in leadership roles in the past. I know that I'm committed to trying to do whatever it takes to continue to make sure that this plan is solid. And the one thing we know for certain right now is the uncertainty. And that continues to show up. We know that this is going to change. It changed 2 weeks ago, it changed yesterday, it's gonna change tomorrow. So if we can remember that the one thing we have for certain is that it's going to change, and that the plan we're voting on right now is still in flux and can continue to be creative. We have the ability to do that. So because of that, I support the plan. So knowing that everyone has had a moment to speak, I'll go down roll call for votes. Peter has already, or Peter Bingham? He has already voted yes on the motion in the chat, so we will accept that. Kevin Desmond?
Yes.
Margot Harrington?
Yes.
Ann Maximovic?
I am voting yes.
Tyler McGinley, yes. Kate Perrin?
Yes.
Mike Simmons?
Yes.
Jennifer Stewart?
Yes.
Mike Williams?
Yes.
Elias Leggett Barr?
Yes.
And Madison Dalton?
Yes.
Wonderful. So we will move on to the second item for action, which is approval of the superintendent's recommendation for opening. I will ask for a motion, a second. If you have something else you'd like to share specific to the reopening in yellow, I will provide that opportunity. So do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mike. And a second?
Seconds, Kate Perrin.
Okay, I heard Kate, so we'll go with Kate. Peter, do you have anything to say? I'm feeling like Peter is not really connected with us. Okay, I've got his vote. Kevin, do you have anything particular you'd like to say in regards to this item for action?
Yes, Tyler, only because it's a complicated motion that I think needs to be heard by anybody that's listening. Would it be without precedent to have that read by whomever made the motion?
Sure. I don't remember who that was. Mike Williams, do you mind reading the recommended vote?
Sure. Is it the here? Go ahead. It's approval. It's approving the superintendent's recommendation for opening of the school in the yellow category.
Yeah. So you want me to read the? Do you not? If you don't have the blue notes up, that's fine. I can.
I can if you want as well, Tyler.
Yeah, actually, I don't have blue notes.
Okay, go ahead, Kevin.
So it was to approve a recommendation from the superintendent for the opening of the 2020-21 school year as presented, with all necessary changes to the opening of the school year and throughout the year to be at the discretion of the superintendent, including modifications to the school calendar for the purpose of responding to changing conditions in alignment with the district's pandemic response plan.
Thank you, Kevin.
So just my question would be then, and I'm sorry to belabor that, Jeff, from in your role, when would this be triggered in reality?
So I think the motion is just worded so that there's flexibility and letting me change the district to a different level if needed, without a vote of the school board. So if any of those factors that were in the presentation presented themselves, for example, if the governor's advisory changes to red, I would need to move our district to red in alignment with the governor. If there is, we're being advised by the CDC to close a school or close the district or anything like that, that I can do that in real time without a vote of the board. So it's basically giving me discretion, or even up to September 8th, if something happened and we had to close the district or close the school buildings and go to virtual learning, for example, 100%, I would have the ability to do that without asking for a board vote. So it's basically you're approving today, August 3rd, starting yellow in anticipation that we would start the district in yellow, and hopefully we can get to September 8th and still be there. But also after the district, after the school year opens, if there are changes to that, you know, as we've talked about, there's going to be the need for flexibility with our plan, and we might have to move in and out of levels. And I just want to make it clear that we would be doing that without the ability for the board to vote on those changes after tonight. Just knowing that often these things happen in real time.
Thanks for clarifying.
I think, can I just make one more point? The piece about October 16th is where I would want the board to weigh in. And that was kind of that first 6-week marker. I think that's the exception if we're talking about an actual set date as to whether we should continue in yellow. But again, those are all things that we'll be discussing before October 16th. And we can discuss the process for that. But I think the point is just to make sure that at different periods of the year, we might have to change levels, and I may just need to be able to have that discretion. I'm going to need that discretion.
Thank you, Jeff. Kevin, do you have anything else you'd like to share or say? Okay. Margot?
I just would like to say that serving my community as a school board member for the past 2 years has taught me about a lot of things, but how to guide the reopening of a school district in the midst of a global pandemic is not one of those things. I'm really grateful that we live in a community that cares so deeply about the health, education, and well-being of its members. And I have been deeply struggling virtually every day, all day, to see where I can land both my head and my heart as we vote to take this measure. It affects a lot of people. I feel really responsible for a lot of people, and it's really difficult for me. So that's all.
Thank you, Margot. Anne?
I also really appreciate all of the work that's gone into this, and I'm very optimistic that we'll be able to get back to green. This has not been an easy decision for me by any means. I mean, coming into this meeting tonight, I had anticipated that I'd be voting against the motion, but I just have been able to see, I guess, even more confirmation why we should move forward. So I want to thank everyone for all of the hard work and effort, and that's all.
Thank you, Anne. Kate Perry?
I just, I think it's important to acknowledge that this is a really complex decision. I said to somebody earlier, I've never once seen a decision before us in half a decade that has so many competing needs. There are so many people who deserve to be heard and respected, and their thoughts, their feelings, and their needs should be addressed. And I'm not sure that COVID allows us to do that as fully as we all would like. But I feel that there are people who know more about public education than I do steering this ship, and I have full faith in their efforts and their skills. And I think we're going to make this as safe and as successful as humanly possible, because at the end of the day, we're MSAD 51, so we'll get this done.
Thank you, Kate. Mike Simmons?
Yeah, I spoke already to a certain extent about my feelings about what color, but also I just, I'm in awe at all the work that has gone into this from Jeff and Scott and the central office, the district leadership team, the nurses, everybody. It's just amazing the amount of time that's gone into it, and so I can only stand behind that kind of process.
Thank you, Mike. Jennifer Stewart?
Everyone has said it so well before me. Margot said it very eloquently that it really is, I think, in our hearts that trying to make the right decisions and really be open to listening to everyone. And I think tonight was very clarifying for me. Now there's a bug on my, so I appreciate taking the time to go through all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And Mike Williams?
I said my piece before, but really quick, I just wanted to use this moment to say thank you to you, Tyler, to Kevin, to the rest of the fellow board members, just for shepherding this process along with just positivity, intelligence, and just I really appreciate all of you. And I'm looking forward to working through this difficult time with you all, as well as all of our leadership, our staff, and the members of our community. And we will get through this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. So again, I haven't left anybody out, correct? I just want to make sure I do that before I speak. So my biggest fear about tonight was to leave without a plan, delaying a process that our community needs clarity on so desperately. And I have received so many emails to the point up to 5:55 tonight. I've heard that our teachers are scared. I've heard that they're not excited to set up their classrooms. They're nervous about getting sick. They're also scared about the social and emotional well-being of everyone in our buildings. I've heard from parents that are at a loss on what to do with their children on the days that we don't have school, and they risk losing their job or even their house. I've heard from parents who struggled, me being one of them, daily trying to be their child's teacher, and how that's going to work again this fall. We've heard that our numbers are green and our numbers are low and we should go green. I've also heard over and over and over again to remember that teachers are also parents, and they're parents first. I've heard that we must provide equitable access to in-person and remote learning regardless of the situation, every student, all the time. With all of this and so much more, I've tried to listen to each voice. I've tried to respond individually, take my time, not send a canned response, and to really share my gratitude for engaging in the conversation. This isn't easy for anyone. No one has escaped the complexity or struggle of this. And we need to start somewhere. Only when we start somewhere can we get the ball rolling. We all need movement with this. Tonight, I'm able to support the recommendation in front of the board, but it comes with some really big, extreme expectations. And those expectations I put on my own shoulders as much as I put on our district and our community. First and foremost, we must equalize safety for both our students and our staff. We must work to provide the best remote learning program that we can. We must all, collective all, take the responsibility to keep our community healthy and safe, and this cannot be the responsibility of our district alone. We must improve the ways that we engage with the smart, creative people in our district and in our community to constantly assess how we are doing and how we can improve. And lastly, we must meet all of this with compassion for each individual unique situation. If we do not work together on this, if we pit each other against each other, we will not succeed, regardless of the plan or the level we start at or the video program that we implement. Lastly, I just want to express one last time how grateful I am for everyone that's engaged in the conversation. We will only be successful if we work together. So with that, I will do another roll call for the vote. Peter Bingham. I believe you've already commented yes. Kevin Desmond,
Yes.
Margot Harrington,
I think ultimately I have to listen to my heart and say no.
thank you, Margot. Ann Maximovich,
Yes.
Tyler McGinley, I am voting yes. Kate Perrin,
Yes.
Mike Simmons,
Yes.
Jennifer Stewart,
Yes.
Mike Williams,
Yes.
Elias Leggett Barr,
Yes.
and Madison Dalton.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Students, I did mention that you guys can check out after this vote, as we will be entering an executive session next anyway. So thank you so much for being here on a late night. We appreciate your voice.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
So next we have to vote to enter an executive session. Before we do that, I just want to thank everyone that's here from the DLT and from our administration. We really appreciate your help tonight in helping us get to where we just landed. So thank you. Do I have a motion to enter executive session?
So moved. Ann Maximovich.
Thank you, Ann. And a second?
Second, Mike Simmons.
Thank you, Mike. Andy or whoever is left behind the scenes, do we need to do anything different here for executive session? I've never done this virtually.
I take the vote.
Yeah. Scott is going to have to, I'm going to take my headphones off. Scott is going to text me when you guys are done. I'm going to put up the slides that I normally have at the beginning of the meeting and turn the audio off. Just make sure nobody's in chat right now that's not supposed to be.
Andy, send me your phone number if you would, please.
Okay.
Text
I'll
me
email you.
272-7218.
Okay.
I'll email it to you, Scott.
Okay, either way.
Andy, I'm not sure I have the ability to remove people from the meeting.
Let's go ahead and turn everything off right now. Hold on.
Ready? We'll do a roll call. Peter Baker?
I'm sorry, could I just back you up for a minute, Tyler? We need to read the reason for going into executive session, what it's for.
Okay. I will read that. To vote to enter executive session to consider labor contract between MSAD 51 Education Association and MSAD 51 Board of Directors pursuant of Maine State Statute MRSA symbol. I don't know what that means. 405-6B.
And you can also use the second executive session for the custodian in the same vote if you want.
To ratify, sorry, are you talking about D?
No, it's for the custodians and there's the Teachers Association and then there's custodian one. So you can basically go into executive session and just combine those two.
Okay, so we will also be entering executive session to consider labor contract between MSAD 51 custodians and MSAD 51 Board of Directors pursuant of Maine State Statute MRSA 405-6D. We will also be entering executive session for the 2023 collective bargaining agreement between MSAD 51 custodians and MSAD 51 Board of Directors.
Yeah, that's fine.
Did I cover that? Okay, so roll call. Peter Bingham. Yes, he commented. Kevin Desmond.
Yes.
Margot Harrington.
Yes.
Ann Maximovich.
Yes.
And McGinley, yes. Kate Perrin.
Yes.
Mike Simmons.
Yes.
Jennifer Stewart.
Yes.
And Mike Williams.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so Okay, so do I have a motion to ratify the 2020-21 collective bargaining agreement between MSAD 51 Education Association and the MSAD 51 Board of Directors?
Kate Perrin, so moved.
Thank you. And a second?
Jennifer Stewart, second.
Thank you. I don't believe we'll do discussion since we just did executive session. So roll call. Peter Bingham.
He said it in the notes,
Okay.
Tyler.
51. Okay, Christian Association and 51 Board of Directors. There's some.
So moved.
Kevin Desmond,
Yes.
Margot Harrington,
Yes.
Ann Maximovich,
Yes.
Tyler McGinley, yes. Kate Perrin,
Yes.
Mike Simmons,
Yes.
Jennifer Stewart,
Yes.
and Mike Williams.
Yes.
Thank you. And then secondly, do we have a motion to vote to ratify the 2020-2023 collective bargaining agreement between MSAD 51 custodians and the MSAD 51 Board of Directors?
Mike Simmons, so moved.
Thank you. And a second?
Kate Perrin, second.
Thank you, Kate. All right, and roll call. Peter Bingham, I believe, put his vote in the chat. So Kevin Desmond,
Yes.
Margot Harrington,
Yes.
Ann Maximovich,
Yes.
Tyler McGinley, yes. Kate Perrin,
Yes.
Mike Simmons,
Yes.
Jennifer Stewart,
Yes.
Mike Williams.
Yes.
All right. So our last item for action is to vote to adjourn the meeting. Do we have a motion for that?
So moved.
Perrin.
Jennifer Stewart.
Okay, I heard Jennifer and a second.
Second, Mike Simmons.
Thank you, Mike Simmons. Last roll call for the night. Peter Bingham. I'm going to go with yes. Kevin Desmond,
Yes.
Margot Harrington,
Yes.
Ann Maximovich,
Yes.
Tyler McGinley, yes. Kate Perrin,
Yes.
Mike Simmons,
Yes.
Jennifer Stewart,
Yes.
and Mike Williams.
Yes.
Thank you all so very much.
Thank you very